And let us just pray. Let's pray. O good and most merciful Father, Lord, fix our thoughts on you today. Lord, you are powerful in everything that you do, and your words are alive and sharp. So, because your words are so powerful, Lord, we ask you today, in this symposium, to share some of that power and that life in the words that we will be pursuing today, oh good God. We ask you, Lord, to make all the thoughts and the discussions we have to be about you with regards to your people and the benefit of your people, oh good God. So let everything we say be for their benefit. Help us, oh Lord, that this symposium will redound to good things, oh good Lord, for all the participants here. Bless us again, we pray through your Son's name. Amen.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Myers, and we say amen. Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, Honorable Floyd Green. Daniil Peart, Director, Agricultural Incentives and Waivers, representing the Permanent Secretary. Chairman of the Jamaica Dairy Development Board, Dr. Derek Deslandes. Mr. Devon Sayers, Chief Executive Officer of the Jamaica Dairy Development Board. Deputy Director, the World University Service of Canada, WUSC, Munish Prasad. Senior Development Officer, Global Affairs, Canada. Head of the Pradial Larceny Prevention Unit, Senior Superintendent Oral Pasco. Regular guest on Farm Talk, Mr. Trevor Bernard, Small Ruminants Association of Jamaica. Other specially invited guests, including our farmers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I have to pause to acknowledge that we also have representatives of the Parts Department out of Connecticut. So greet them. They are not from here. Put your hands together for them. We also have students from the College of Agriculture, Science and Education, the Nakalva Polytechnic College, Sydney Pagan, Northern Caribbean University, Ebony Park Heart Academy, Newell High School, and Monique College. And that tells you that what we're doing here today is going to be very, very important. It's a narrative of change that begins with all of us. The Food and Agriculture Organization notes that small ruminant production is a very significant component of livestock production throughout the world, and more specifically in the developing countries. Sheep and goats have adaptive capacities, they say, to survive and produce in difficult environments, be they high altitude or extremely cold conditions, or, boy, since climate change, extremely hot conditions. And generally, small ruminants are efficient converters of forage feeds, whether they're farmed in temperate and or semi-tropical conditions. And perhaps their greatest advantage relative to small ruminants is their low cost, their small size, their suitability to small holdings, and in many of the developing countries, their triple purpose for meat, milk, and fiber. And so, they play a very important role in agriculture. And in so many ways, throughout the symposium, although we are here to learn, we're also going to be celebrating what is good about all of the things that are happening in the small ruminant industry in this country of ours. And so we look forward to having an absolutely fantastic time with you all today. And I'm going to now invite Mr. Devon Sayers, Chief Executive Officer, to make his way up here to bring greetings. And there are too many of you for me to be here and that little fenke clap. And you've been fed too.
Good morning, everybody. Come again. Good morning, everybody. All right, so it's a pleasure for me to welcome you to our Dairy Goat Cottage Symposium. It has been a long time coming. Every time I pass the minister in the hallways, he's like, when you're doing the Goat Dairy Symposium. So, Minister, today is the day. And on the backdrop of today, it's a good setting. Last year, our dairy goat milk production that we track at the dairy board moved from 3,000 liters to 6,000 liters approximately in 1 year. Everybody give yourself a clap for that, all our farmers. You did a good job. And remember, we're just an emerging industry. For our partners, WUSC, thank you for partnering with us today. I hope that we have a great day. Everybody again, put your hands together. The dairy goat cottage industry is on the rise. Thank you very much.
And a few words, but huge impact. Put your hands together once again for Devon Sayers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I know some of you have been waiting, anticipating what is going to happen, and we're getting there. To bring us greetings, we are going to invite Daniil Peer, Director of Agricultural Incentives and Waivers. And Daniil is, boy, I don't know, Daniil, they're splitting up this day here because she's in her own capacity, but she's going to be doing quite a bit of work here today. Come on, Daniil, put your hands together as she makes her way to the stage.
Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, Honorable Floyd Green, Deputy Director, World University Service of Canada, Mr. Munish Prasad, Senior Development Officer, Global Affairs Canada, Ms. Carol Atkinson, Chief Executive Officer for the Jamaica Dairy Development Board, Mr. Devon Sayers, President, Small Ruminant Association of Jamaica, Mr. Trevor Bernard, other distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. And I bring greetings on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Dermot Spence, who is unavailable, absent today. It is indeed a pleasure to be here with you all as we explore the opportunities in the dairy goat industry and encourage greater participation in this valuable sector. Let me be the first to emphasize that this industry is poised for significant growth and remains in sharp focus of the ministry. That said, today is more than just a meeting of minds. It is a platform for learning, collaboration, and strengthening an industry with tremendous economic and nutritional potential, made possible through the efforts of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, through the Jamaica Dairy Development Board, in collaboration with the World University Service of Canada. This symposium reflects our collective commitment to building a more diverse, resilient, and profitable dairy industry, one that supports farmers, empowers processors, and ultimately benefits consumers. The dairy goat industry is a vital but often underappreciated segment of our agricultural sector. Goat's milk and its byproducts have been gaining recognition both locally and internationally for their nutritional benefits and market value. However, to fully unlock the potential of this industry, we must ensure that our farmers and processors have access to the necessary resources. That is why today's symposium is so critical, as it will provide theoretical and practical solutions to issues of this nature. This will be brought to us from the industry players and technical experts who will share valuable insights that will help shape the future of dairy goat farming in Jamaica. Additionally, the discussions and presentations will highlight real opportunities for farmers and processors, helping them navigate the challenges that exist in scaling up their businesses. All of this would lead to real economic growth. As many of you are aware, there is a steady and notable increase in demand for goat's milk and its byproducts. In fact, goat's milk is recognized as a premium product, and this presents an attractive economic opportunity for both small-scale and large-scale farmers. Hence, by increasing production, improving quality standards, and expanding processing capabilities, we can ensure that more farmers benefit from this high-value market. I encourage you all to take full advantage of today's sessions. Ask questions, explore new possibilities, and consider how you can contribute to the growth of dairy goat farming in Jamaica. This is an industry that has the potential to transform lives, create employment opportunities, and boost Jamaica's agricultural economy, but only if we work together to seize the opportunities before us. In closing, I want to commend each and every one of you for being here today. Your presence speaks volumes about your commitment to this industry and your dedication to its success. On behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, I extend appreciation to the Jamaica Dairy Development Board and the World University Service of Canada, Jamaica, for organizing this timely and much needed event. As we look ahead, it is clear that the future of Jamaica's dairy sector lies in innovation, investment, and collaboration. Whether you're a farmer, a processor, a policymaker, or an investor, there's a role for you to play in expanding and strengthening this industry. Let us take decisive action to build a dairy industry that is sustainable, inclusive, and profitable for generations to come. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and insightful symposium.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Speart. And of course, I think those sentiments could pretty much sum up how many of us are feeling about what it is that we've gathered in this room to do today. It is, we expect, going to redound to the benefit of all of us. Those of us, whether we love goat meat or sheep, or we just want some goat milk or goat cheese, this is what it is all about, because we at all times have to be mindful that we're first consumers, right? Isn't that so? Listen to me. I'm going to leave the room if you don't answer me. And then if I leave the room, they'd have to put somebody on spot to take this over. So we want to hear the answers that are coming. Young people from CASE, may I hear you? My goodness. The College of Agriculture, Science and Education CASE, I was there recently, and you made more noise than that. Good morning. That's right. Nakalva, are you here? Nakalva? No, man, what kind of little fenke greeting that? Good morning. Of course, you can do better than that. So throughout the rest of this day, we're going to make it as interactive as possible. We're going to enjoy ourselves, because farming no boring. Farming is not boring. Farming is exciting. If you're working in the agricultural sector, you're not working, you're simply enjoying yourself, right? Of course. Of course. Put your hands together for yourself, because you understand what is going to be done. All right, so we are moving along, and I know that I got a directive a while ago, but because I don't see a note about who I'm supposed to be introducing, I am going to go with what was originally on the program and then come to that while I get some additional information. Fair? Is that fair? All right. Mr. Sawyer says that is fair. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite to come and bring greetings Munish Prasad, Deputy Director, the World University Service of Canada. Please put your hands together for him. And you must keep the applause going, because everyone who comes up here, they must feel as if you want to hear them. And when they're finished, what are you supposed to do? That's right, Mr. Prasad.
Good morning, everybody. Madam Chair, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, Mr. Floyd Green, I'm not stumped. I'm just thinking, I would love to greet every single person who's here. There's a reason. I'll talk about it shortly. But I'll stop and say protocol haven't been established. I'll just go ahead. But why would I have wanted to greet every one of you who's here? Because in the Sustainable Agriculture in the Caribbean project, we talk about an inclusive market systems approach. And in an inclusive market systems approach, every single person is important, because when every one of you bring capacity to the system within which we're working, and when we network and coordinate the existing capacity within that system, we have real synergy, real strength to use to move forward. So everything that we've heard here so far this morning, we have a basis and a foundation upon which to move forward. But we will see as we go ahead how wonderful that is as the conversation unfolds today. On behalf of the World University Service of Canada, and especially the Sustainable Agriculture in the Caribbean project team in Jamaica, I want to bring you warm greetings and to wish you the very best in today's discussions. We are pleased to be part of this important symposium, which aligns perfectly with the inclusive market systems approach that the SAC team used. A commitment to ensuring that all market actors, particularly the small ruminant farmers, and especially the women and youth, they, through these kinds of gatherings, get an opportunity to thrive. And that is what the SAC project is all about. How do we get everyone that opportunity to thrive? We commend the government of Jamaica, especially through the Jamaica Dairy Development Board, for taking the bold move and demonstrating the leadership to bring this gathering together. It is very important that we hear from all the presenters today, and then in our discussions, we identify and get a good sense of the bold steps that will be required to move the cottage industry based on dairy goat products forward. I want to use this opportunity to wish you the very best and hope that, I look forward actually to the wonderful...
Hey, good. Let me recognize Honorable Minister Floyd Green, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. I'll also acknowledge the CEO of the Dairy Board and the team that is here in the room. Members of the World University Services WUSC team and the SAC project team that's represented. Our farmers, our students, all the different persons. I see display persons, lovely displays in the room, and our caterer, good morning. It's a pleasure for me to join you at this Dairy Goat Cottage Industry Symposium. And so I want to thank the Dairy Board for partnering with the Sustainable Agriculture in the Caribbean SAC project and the sector to convene what we are already hearing echoed through the speaking points so far, a very important event that's focused on developing the goat milk cottage industry in Jamaica. After more than 60 years of development cooperation, Canada continues to be a steadfast partner in Jamaica's agriculture development journey. And, you know, as I was thinking about coming here this morning, that partnership is reflected in one of the strongest programs, our seasonal agriculture workers program that has been several persons who may be in this room, and for sure our farmers have gone on that program. But today our partnership is represented by the Sustainable Agriculture Project and the World University Services of Canada team. As we gather today to explore the tremendous potential of a sector that represents not just an agriculture opportunity, but a pathway to greater food security, economic empowerment, and sustainable rural development for Jamaica, we recognize that it's all our different sectors and subsectors face challenges as it relates to food security, economic resilience, developing value-added agriculture enterprises. And so this symposium is almost a platform on which we can continue to investigate and explore and expand the promising opportunity that's focused on this industry.
Through the hard work of the partners represented in this room, we have already seen encouraging results in the small ruminant sector that provides a strong foundation for the development of the goat milk cottage industry. Through the SAC project, I am pleased to have heard that a part of the sector's effort to expand options for housing and feeding systems for goat, expand the delivery of parasite management programs with many of the persons represented in the room has already started to lead to improved nutrition, better milk production, and healthier animals. These interventions lay the groundwork for us being here today, as we know that beyond the expanded availability of our favorite protein, and Ms. Althea mentioned it, quality milk begins with healthy animals and proper management practices. But the potential of the sector extends beyond primary production. We recognize that a thriving dairy goat cottage industry requires attention to the entire value chain. This includes processing capabilities, quality standards, product diversification, and market access, all topics that will be explored during today's symposium. As the SAC project often shares, the decision to work in the small ruminant sector emerged from the farmers, and we are particularly pleased about the opportunity that this industry offers to the women and youth agro-entrepreneurs. It allows for operations of various scales, from small backyard production to more commercial enterprises. And the value-added processing component creates additional employment and business opportunities beyond the farm. As I close, let me honor the power of partnership represented in this room to work together, not just in convening this symposium. I honor the farmers, the Ministry of Agriculture and RADA, the Jamaica Dairy Development Board, and the range of private sector actors who have willingly come to the table and have been working with the project team over the last few years. Let me also reaffirm Canada's commitment to supporting Jamaica's agriculture development through the SAC project and other initiatives. I'll also mention that in January this year, the FAO hosted the Inception workshop for Canada's newest agriculture project working in Jamaica and across the Caribbean, which mobilizes an additional 19 million Canadian dollars over 5 years to increase the participation and economic prosperity of agribusinesses in Jamaica and the Caribbean, including our women and youth. The journey ahead may have challenges, but with all the organizations represented in this room working together, I am confident that Jamaica's dairy goat cottage industry has a bright future ahead. Thank you for having me here today, and I wish you a productive and inspiring symposium.
Thank you so very much, Carol Aitchison, and of course, lots and lots to come here. So I just got some giveaways, and don't look at this and think it's an ordinary bag, because guess what? We see goat's milk and goat cheese in the room, and some of you might want to take some of that home with you, whether you're going to buy, beg, I don't know how it's going to go, but we want to encourage you to engage with the players in the room. So these are special bags that will ensure that you get to take the milk or cheese home with you so you can share with your family members and introduce the fantastic taste that it has. And so we want to encourage you. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the first student from Nocalva who can, we heard Ms. Aitchison saying SAC, and she said it more than one time. The first student from Nocalva who can get up here and tell me what SAC means, you will win this first prize. It is the easiest question in the room. What does SAC mean? And Nocalva Polytechnic College. I know your principal, you know. She's a phenomenal woman. Don't let me come down there for you. And don't waste time either. Who is going to come from Nocalva? My goodness. Should I pass this over to the College of Agriculture Science? All right. You see how you jump up fast? Put your hands together for her as she comes. And we welcome the Minister of State in the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, the Honorable Franklin Witter. Put your hands together for the young lady as she makes her way to the stage. She's going to get her own microphone. Listen how easy this is. Come on, come closer to me. What does SAC mean?
Good morning, everyone. SAC means Sustainable Agriculture in the Caribbean.
Ah, absolutely fantastic. Here you go. So she's paying attention. And by the way, the sign is over there. So I was looking at it, but she wasn't looking at it. It means that she was paying attention. Put your hands together for her once again. Come and tell me your name.
Jadiani Finley.
And what year are you at Nakalva? Year 2. Put your hands together. They're the future of this country. So we're going to be asking a series of questions, and some of you will be able to win one of these bags that I have. It's absolutely fantastic. So anytime you're going out and you have something cold that you want to put in there, you can take that. That's the intention, right, Mr. Sawyer, Mr. Sayers? Right. He's agreeing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite now to address us a gentleman who has been doing significant amount of work in the small ruminant industry in Jamaica. And I don't know that any engagement focused on the small ruminant sector would have been complete were he not here. Please put your hands together and make welcome Trevor Bernard, President of the Small Ruminants Association of Jamaica. Keep the applause going as he comes.
Morning, morning, everyone. There are so many dignitaries here today. Yes, sorry about that. Yes, there are so many dignitaries here today. I wouldn't want to be able to call out everyone that is here today. But this dairy goat cottage industry has been a dream of mine for years now, from ever since I became the president of the association. I remember going to some of the dairy board members. For example, maybe Mr. Park was one of them. I said, Mr. Park, when can the goat sector be involved or be a part of the dairy board? These were conversations we had way back then. Then I see Mr. Sears come on board in the dairy industry. I said, yes, something is going to happen. Something big is going to happen, and that is today. Today is a very big day for small ruminants in Jamaica. Because, this whole dairy goat thing has so much value and can impact, especially women in agriculture, which is the sector that I am very passionate about, women in agriculture. Women who, are at home, or women who can just milk some goats. You don't have to have a lot of goats, 10, 20, 30 milking animals, and you can be here producing. If you look around the back, some of the people you see doing this milk stuff here are small farmers. It's not huge farmers doing it. And they are now realizing that you can, make profit out of doing the value-added side of dairy. And, it makes me feel very proud, excited. There's a lot of emotions involved to see all of this happening here in Jamaica. I don't think anybody understands how excited I am about this. I also want to say that this industry is a difficult industry. It requires you learning a lot. It is important to come to seminars, training. All of this is very important because it's very complicated. There's a lot to learn. That's why it's complicated. Because, sanitation and all the different things that you have to know and you have to pay attention to be successful in this industry. And you know what even greater? The productive sector in small ruminants is growing, and it is just getting better and better. And all of us are interested in the productive sector. We want to produce more food and feed our nation. This is what we want, production, production. And I know the Minister of Agriculture, Devon Sears, and all of us, we talk all the while about production, production, production. And that's what we're going to do for Jamaica. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard, and do continue along the path that you have been, which is really focused on what is happening in the small ruminant sector here in Jamaica. Let me just pause to welcome the chairman of the Jamaica Dairy Development Board, Dr. Derek Deslandis. He has now joined us. He's also the president of the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. Case, please make him welcome. So, because I have this microphone in my hand, I can do anything, right? Within reason. Within reason. Did I see Dr. Tanika O'Connor Denny somewhere in the place? She seems to have stepped out, but I have an assignment for her when she comes back into the room. I'll tell her what that is, and I'm certain that she can do it. We're having a little bit of a change, so hold on a sec for me, please. All right, and so, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, for this symposium, we're going to be learning quite a bit. And part of this engagement is ensuring that we get the thoughts and ideas that are put squarely on the table for us to take out our notebooks, or iPads, or Android phones, whatever it is you're going to use to take the notes. We want to ensure that you take notes before you leave here today. So while we're having the conversation, you're taking the notes. And then if you're taking the notes, it means that I can ask you questions. And if I ask you questions, it means you can win a prize, right? Is that so? Boy, no, sir. Stand up. Let us see if we can do this old school way. Please stand. Because this is a little bit difficult. Minister Witter, you're fine, sir. You don't have to stand. But everybody else needs to stand. Because I don't know what is going on in this room. I know that my farmers are very energetic. So I want to see that energy. I want to see the energy. So I'm a teacher first before I'm anything else. I come from a line of teachers. All of us attended the Bethlehem Moravian College. And we're very excited when we get into the classroom. I say radio is the biggest classroom there is, because you can talk to millions of people and you're teaching on one platform. But my students have to be engaged. So if my students not engaged, well, they're not going to learn nothing. Please put your hands up, both hands. Thank you very much. Raise your hands. And we're going to, you know, when you're in primary school and they make you swing your hands behind you, stretch the hands out to the side. Make sure you're not hitting anyone. And rotate them backwards. Rotate them backwards. Rotate them forward. Rotate them forward. Are we ready now? All right, because they don't want to stand up again, right? Isn't that it? So are we ready? This is the energy I want for everybody that comes up here. Please have a seat. Thank you so very much. You're good sports. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we invite to address us the Minister of State in the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, the Honorable Franklin Witter. Put your hands together for him as he comes. Yes, so Minister is going to come up, and then I will do a little giveaway. Well, I buy a little bit more time, right? Yes? So we'll have another giveaway right after Minister has addressed us. Put your hands together for Minister Franklin Witter. He is from good agricultural country. Right, sir? Because in the rural parts, we say country. That's right.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm from St. Elizabeth. What would you say? The bread basket. I know Manchester is doing very well and on our heels now in recent times in terms of production and productivity. But this morning I must say that I'm very happy to be here sharing in this symposium as we seek to develop the dairy goat industry. I just want us to put our hands together for the team from JDDB for their input in terms of, and their vision and foresight in terms of putting on this symposium. Let's have it for the Jamaica Dairy Development Board. I'm so also happy to see the interest that is being displayed here in terms of the attendance, in terms of the various groups that are here today. And I think this is a very good indicator in terms of what we seek to achieve in terms of the development of the dairy goat industry. I always, when I'm attending anything that is relative to dairy goat, I always remind my audience and myself that I remember when I was growing up as a boy, I used to drink the goat milk every morning, every single morning, because mommy makes sure that we have to go out and milk the goat. And when we finish milk the goat, she said, remember now, you have to scald it before you drink it. I don't know if many of you who are here can remember those days, but that is where we are coming from in terms of the dairy industry. And I just want to say that I'm very happy to see the improvements in terms of what is happening in terms of the input by the ministry in making sure that we develop this area. And I'm looking forward to even greater things in terms of how we move the industry forward. I think today is a very special day, and I look forward to a very productive symposium here today as we seek to develop the dairy goat industry and to make sure that we can produce the amount, the quantity that will make us be able to have greater investment in this area. Sometimes we find ourselves looking at various industries in terms of agriculture, and then sometimes we find that because of the volume, that we are not able to commercialize and to expand the market. But I believe we are on a very, very good track in relation to this program, and I look forward to the continued success. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so very much, Minister Witter. Are you going back to your old ways? Okay, so may I get a better round of applause? Thank you so very much. You see, you know, there are lots of things that we take for granted. We take for granted that when someone comes up here, if they've been asked to speak, it's because they are always speaking. That's not the case. So when they come, we have to encourage them, right? Right? All right, there you go. So, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote address is going to come from a gentleman who really needs no introduction, but because I want to share a little bit more about him, I'm going to introduce him anyway. The Honorable Floyd Green is an attorney at law. He's member of parliament, has served as Jamaica's youngest minister of agriculture. He's a son of which parish? St. Elizabeth. So he too is from the Breadbasket parish. I don't know how you manage to end up with a ministry with both ministers from the same parish, but it's all good because St. Elizabeth produces a significant amount of the food that we consume in this country. And even as I'm saying that, I want you to remember to bear them keep them in your prayers because they still continue to struggle post-burial. Floyd Green is a champion to the food heroes. He was molded by Monroe College, and further, his skills were harnessed by the University of the West Indies. He read for a degree in history and a minor in political science at the UWI Mona, Jamaica, and then was awarded his Bachelor of Law degree with honors in 2006 from Cave Hill, Barbados, and his legal education certificate from the Norman Manley Law School, beginning his career as an attorney at law. And I'm not going to tell you everything about him because I know that he's anxious to come and address you. But suffice it to say, he is responsible for crafting Jamaica's new face of food strategy, which focuses on strengthening food security, developing agribusiness, introducing climate-smart technologies, and expanding exports. And he's currently serving as the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Mining. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Floyd Green He is the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. And before he comes, he didn't tell me to say this, but I'm going to tell you anyway. You can listen to him on Farm Talk on Power 106 FM every second and fourth Friday. And these days, Minister, we have you on Saturdays too. Put your hands together for Minister Green.
Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause for Althea Mackenzie, our host and a massive supporter of farmers. She doesn't pay me, but I have to plug Farm Talk. If you don't listen, please listen to Farm Talk. A lot of these discussions that we're having here today, some of them would have already taken place on Farm Talk. And it's a very wonderful resource. And as you heard, I'm on the second and fourth Friday, but they now have a Saturday program. So big things are going on, right? Because they're expanding. So good to see you out there. State Minister Franklin Witter, and the man who is always there working extremely hard, not just for the farmers, but for the people of Southeast St. Elizabeth. Mr. Neil Peart, I see you were promoted, representing the permanent secretary, like that. Chairman of the Jamaica Dairy Development Board, Dr. Des Landes. Of course, our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Devon Sayers, and all the members of the Dairy Development Board. Could we give the Dairy Development Board a big round of applause? They are why we are here today, and it is looking extremely good. Our Deputy Director of the World University Service of Canada, Mr. Munish Persad. I saw the JAS is here as well. Mr. Bernard is here, the President of the Small Ruminant Association, Senior Superintendent Oral Pasco. And once we have a small ruminant function, we have to have Sir Pasco here. And I'm going to ask you to clap Sir Pasco because he was recently promoted to the rank of Senior Superintendent of Police. And I can take some boast. He was promoted because of his work with Pradial Lassity. So it means he is doing a good job in that regard. Other special invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. And this morning, I'm really going to try to stick to my script because I won't be able to stay with you for all of the symposium. I do have, as you would have heard Althea mention, we are still in our recovery phase in Southwest St. Elizabeth from burial. And I do have the Minister of Labor down there today working with us and some people who would have gotten damage from burial. But today is a great day for Jamaica's agriculture future. A day where we not only speak about dairy production, but we take bold steps towards transforming it. For us, today is a day that we all should recognize the tremendous potential of our dairy goat industry and the opportunities it holds for food security, for economic growth, and for sustainability. Anytime Minister Witter and I speak at an event like this, people say, boy, it looked like we don't really grow up in the same house. Because we have one of the stories that's very similar. It's a story about goat milk. Any of you grew up drinking goat milk? If you grew up drinking goat milk, put up your hand. All right, all right. I just have identified all the healthy body people in the house. My grandfather, once I visited him, was adamant that I could not live without drinking goat milk. He believed it was the cure for everything in the world. And literally, he would go, he would do the milking, he would put it in a pan, he would carry it in the kitchen, he would scald it, and then he would serve it. And I'm going to be honest, I wasn't a fan. Right? But I think I still feel like I'm looking young and fresh. So I will say it is because of the goat milk. The good news is that the goat milk that we have today, the brands that you see around, don't believe me, just taste them. They are wonderful. And I want you to clap for the forerunners in our dairy goat milk industry. Give them a big round of applause. For us, this Dairy Goat Cottage Industry Symposium is a symbol of progress. It represents our shared commitment to expanding Jamaica's dairy industry and this ministry's relentless drive to foster innovation and economic opportunities for our father. for our farmers. The dairy goat sector has grown tremendously, and it is not by accident. In fact, it is as a direct result of the targeted support from our ministry and from the Dairy Development Board, along with the grit and hard work of our farmers. In fact, as it is now, we currently have 18 dairy goat farmers working with the Jamaica Dairy Development Board and 4 major cottage processors. Let's put it into context. These 18 farmers who are solely focused on producing beef and cow's milk for the traditional sector have come on board and have decided to give dairy goat a chance. And because of that, we're seeing rapid expansion of the sector. I heard the CEO of the Dairy Development Board give some figures, but his figures were for the year before, not last year. So let me tell you, the year before, what year is that? In 2022, we produced about 3,000 liters of dairy goat milk. In 2023, we produced 6,000 liters of dairy goat milk. Last year, we produced close to 12,000 liters of dairy goat milk. This is a remarkable achievement, and again speaks to the potential of this industry and the opportunities available for those who choose to invest in dairy goat farming. And I'm so happy to see so many students here from CASE, because we are really hoping that you will take up the challenge and go into the dairy goat industry. You know what we are seeing, and if you don't recognize, there is tremendous money to be made from the dairy goat sector. Goat milk is a high value product, and its increasing production can significantly enhance the profitability of the dairy sector. In fact, I don't know, does anybody have an idea of what 1 liter of goat milk costs vis-a-vis 1 liter of cow's milk? Or when you go to the supermarket, what is the average cost of 1 parcel of goat milk vis-a-vis the average cost of 1 parcel of cow's milk? Or a tin of condensed goat milk. Do you know we have condensed goat milk? Well, let me put some things into context. A liter of goat milk is about $400, as opposed to a liter of cow's milk, which is $154. In the supermarket, on the retail side, cow's milk sells for about $500. Goat milk sells for $1,800. Condensed milk, on the retail side, cow's condensed milk, $500. Condensed goat milk, $2,000. Tremendous opportunity. And clearly we're not saying move away from cow's milk, but we're saying increase investment in production, processing, and training. We can tap into the high-value goat milk market, generating income for our farmers and expanding market access. Additionally, transitioning the dairy sector into a value-added product-focused industry is essential for long-term sustainability. The production of cheese, yogurt, condensed milk, and other dairy derivatives offers tremendous potential for market expansion and growth. This, of course, aligns with our focus at the ministry around agribusiness development. And remember, that is one of our strategic priorities. And as such, we have been putting resources in our REAP program with the 4-H and in our RADA incubators to help our farmers make the transition. So we don't want you to just focus on goat milk. We want you to look at goat cheese. Again, everything I've said about the profitability of goat milk, multiply it by at least 5 when you're talking about goat cheese. And if you haven't tried goat milk yogurt, please try it before you leave here. And I haven't even spoken about the goat milk soap, which they say is among the best in the world in terms of ensuring that you stay young and fresh. Right, Gigi? 100%. So for us at the ministry, we will continue to support our farmers. In fact, through our equipment lease program, several farmers and processors have already benefited from essential resources. So if you have missed it, part of what we now do, we have an equipment lease program through the Dairy Development Board where farmers, processors can come to us and they can lease cooling tanks, they can lease pasteurizers, because we understand that you need modern equipment if you're going to compete with the world. And I want to commend the team from Parts that are here. They would have partnered with us in terms of providing the cooling tanks and some of the equipment that we are now leasing to our farmers. We will continue to provide additional support. We will continue to expand the equipment that we have on the lease. We also want to work with our goat farmers to ensure that they're doing appropriate fodder and pasture development. The reality is that all of this comes down to the nutrition of the goat. We will be providing technical assistance. And I want to announce that coming out of this symposium, we're going to be embarking on a parish by parish training session around goat milk production, basic milking practices, and hygiene. And I think you should clap the Dairy Development Board for that. We're taking this show on the road, because ultimately we want to see more people get involved in the area. I'll just speak about a few more things that we're doing. Clearly, we're looking at our legislative framework and we're expanding the remit of the Dairy Development Board. And we've started some work about transitioning the Dairy Development Board into a livestock board that looks not just at dairy, in terms of not just at cows and cattle, but our full small ruminant program. We're also making changes in relation to the Dairy Board Act, which will be amended to include all milk products, including goat's milk, which is a critical amendment to ensure that dairy goat farmers receive the same level of support and assistance as cow dairy farmers. So, goat milk farmers, we're amending our Dairy Board Act so you can get the same level of support that we provide to our cow farmers. The other area that we plan to embark on this year is that we have to establish a small ruminant registry. It is critical that we have a structured system for tracking and supporting the growth of this subsector. The registry will enable us better data collection, planning, resource allocation, and ensure that we're equipping our farmers with the tools and the knowledge they need to succeed. Again, something we've spoken about for a long time. We do know some of the challenges we have in the sector. We're going to embark on our registry. So, farmers, get ready to start registering your goats, and we're going to start with our dairy, and we're going to move to expand throughout the entire sector. It's hard to speak about our small ruminant sector, our dairy goat industry, and not speak about predial larceny. One of the real challenges to the continued expansion of our small ruminant sector is predial larceny. The good news is that we're doing much better in that regard. We're not where we want to be, but we're doing much better in that regard. And one of the things that I will tell you, and I'll leave some of it for my sectorial presentation, which will happen in May, so you can tune in. We now have, for the first time in Jamaica's history, a division of the constabulary force that is focused on agricultural protection. I think you have to clap for that. And let me just explain so you can simply understand what this means. Yes, we had developed some predial larceny units, but all of you should now be familiar with CISOCA, the Center for Offenses and Sexual Crimes. And you know, when you have a sexual offense in Jamaica, you have a specific area, command channel that you go to. We have been lobbying for a long time that agricultural crime must be elevated to that level where they have a command structure, so that when you go to report agricultural crime, you don't have to be wondering if it's going to fall, if they're going to say, boy, we have the murder that we're going to look at, so we can't deal with the agricultural crime. We know for the first time have a structure in the police force that deals with agricultural crime. And I want to commend Commissioner Blake and his team on bringing this to reality. This is big news, and I'll speak a little bit more about it in our sectorial, but I can tell you it will go a far way in strengthening our fight against pedophily. So ladies and gentlemen, enjoy today. Today is the start of our drive to ensure that throughout Jamaica, we're looking at value addition, we're looking at agribusiness development, but we're looking at the dairy goat industry from a business perspective. We're looking to enhance profitability, we're enhancing training, and we're especially looking to engage our youth and our women in a viable area. And I know my friend from ICA is here, and remember, any support you can provide in this regard, we look forward to it. Enjoy, and God bless you.
Thank you so very much, Minister Green. I'm certain you can do better than that in terms of the applause. And of course, those are major developments. If you want to hear more and understand more about the work that is going to be done in terms of some of those issues that Minister has shared with you today, you know where you can listen, right? Where should you listen? Farm Talk on Power 106 FM. All right. And I know Superintendent Oral Pasco is sharpening, yes, to come and join me at some point in time. Thank you so very much, Minister. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to move to the overview of the dairy cottage industry because this is very important. I think those numbers that Minister shared, they're staggering. For one, we are seeing a tremendous amount of resolve on the part of our farmers to do more in the sector. And this is despite the challenges that they have faced, many of them, and continue to face. And many of them are waking up to the reality of, but wait, I can drive a big vehicle. I can own a huge house on the hill. That is what agriculture can do for this country, so that more of our people can be lifted out of poverty if they are in poverty. And we need to start to engage our young people more in terms of helping them to understand what is going on in this world. A few years ago, I attended a conference that was focused on logistics chain management. And one of the things that came out of that conference was the fact that jobs as we know them now, many of those jobs are not going to exist in a few years from now. But you know what? We will always have to eat. We will always have to eat. And farming is not dirty work. It's good work. It's honorable work. Pardon me. So let me take a drink of water. My apologies, and I'm going to lose the voice in just a bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to invite, don't worry, it will come back with a little warm water. That is what happens when you're passionate about what you're doing. You speak till all your voice gone. Right. But I love what I do because of the farmers that are working so hard. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I know that this next lady who is coming to provide this overview has been working in the trenches as well, has been focusing her energies on doing the best that she can for those individuals who are in goat dairy. This, I understand, is her baby. And so she's the best person to come up here and do this overview. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Marsha Martin Mackey. This is my shy friend, Marsha. Please put your hands together for her. And sometimes the shyest people among us are the ones who are working hard in the background. So put your hands together for her, welcome her, so she doesn't have to feel shy because she's going to be talking about something that she's passionate about. See, the voice is back.
Thanks for having me here today. I'm just going to share a brief overview of the dairy cottage industry. In 2021, Minister Green gave the Dairy Board the mandate of dealing with the goat dairy cottage industry because he has seen the potential that there is a niche market and we have to work to develop it. It takes 3 years from 2021 to start doing our research, background check. We have taken products to the various agriculture shows in terms of goat milk, goat byproduct, and other dairy cows, cottage products. The overwhelming support that we have gotten over the years has brought us to this symposium. The many calls, emails, text messages to our WhatsApp, to our Instagram, and our Facebook pages, and how can we develop this product and have it being spread throughout the 14 parishes. Some of the persons, when asked, where can we get these products? We told them, some supermarket in Kingston, which at this symposium we're trying to bring about awareness so that we can get more persons involved in the whole processing of the dairy product. If you have noticed, globally, the dairy goat cottage industry is widespread among most countries: India, Pakistan, Europe, USA, Mexico, you name it, New Zealand. And in Jamaica, is just 1% of persons doing goat milk. So when you look at it, most of our goat farmers are rearing goat for just meat production and not milk production. So goat milk on a whole brings about a lot of benefit because it brings about income to the farmers. The goat kid that you got, you can sell it and benefit from that in terms of meat production, as well as the feces for fertilizer. So there are so many benefits. And by working across most of the parishes in Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Anne, we have noticed that this niche market is working well with rural women, because the benefit that they have gotten over the years, we have seen that this dairy cottage industry is to bring back the livelihood of the rural communities by reducing rural to urban migration and having women remain in the household and to support the family on a whole. So it's a way of alleviating rural poverty. And we have seen it. It has worked because some of the farmers, when asked, they said the money would use to go toward helping their children to go to school, buying medication, buying back feed. So there is opportunity within this sector. But as we go further, The overall objective of the symposium is to garner critical information to commence the standardization and formalize the dairy cottage industry. The other one is to provide a roadmap as to how we will regularize value-added products and to provide critical information to key stakeholders, that is the producers and the processors. And in order to achieve these objectives, even though we are the one who are promoting it, but there are others who are the key persons who are responsible in helping to standardize and getting the product up to date. So we have the Scientific Research Council. They will speak on product development, shelf life, and labeling. So persons who are going into the goat milk production, they can better explain what are some of the things and challenges that you have to do. You have Ministry of Agriculture, who would look at policy incentive for small cottage farmers. So there are small cottage farmers who wanted to buy equipment and so forth, and how to bring in equipment. This is the agency, along with Ministry of Trade, they are the one who would be responsible for that area. Also, you have the Ministry of Health, who would look at laws, regulations surrounding food establishment for small dairy cottage industry processors. And you have Dr. Tanika Denny, who will tell you the link between goat milk and milk quality. Because as you know, goat milk, it is very sensitive. Because what you put in is what you get out. And there are certain sensitive grasses that they should not be eaten, because if they have eaten that, it will come out in the milk. So you will have a wider view of what to give them and what not to give them. And to the wider public, we have the other personnel who are displaying their booth, who will be able to go around and taste, look at the type of product that they produce, and work along with them. You have the RADA, you have Bodles, you have small ruminant, you have 4-H, you have Monique, so you have all the different type of agency are here. So everyone can really start a product development. So it is not something hard, but at the same time, there are rules and regulations surrounding it, and these regulatory bodies will be able to give you an overview. So at the end of the symposium, participants should be able to have a clear understanding of all the deliverables that these agencies will deliver to you all. And we should be able to have new investors while providing network among the entire key participants and to maintain sustainability within the industry. So as a part of the Dairy Board mandate, we are here to ensure that we have fresh milk constantly. We are here to regulate the trade in the dairy industry, and we are creating an enabling environment to aid sector investment, among others. So that is why you all are here today. So we are here to create sector development and create sustainability and to have more product within the market. Rather than just having it from Kingston, we want to have it in the 14 parishes. We have a lady from St. Mary in this room here. Every agriculture show we have been for the past 4 years. She is Mrs. MacLeod from St. Mary. Could you stand, please? Right. So at every event we have, she go and she tastes from 4-H to grazing, everywhere. And when she go, she not only come by herself, she take a crowd with her. And she's one of them who would like to really go into that industry as well, because they like the taste of what the product is like. So I really appreciate everyone here coming in. And I know at the end of this symposium, you will all see that you didn't came here in vain. You have persons from Westmoreland. Westmoreland farmers, could you please put your hands in the air? So we have farmers from Westmoreland, good farmers, Clarendon, hands in the air, St. Anne. So all of these persons, they are making tremendous contribution. So even though the population is small, we would like to see it grow over the years. Because as you have heard the minister said, in 2023, the data was like 6,000 litre, then it went up to 12,000 litre. And the reason why we have that reduction in the 12,000 litre is it was because of burial. Because the animals were producing very well. But I can see that because of the hurricane, it created something that reduced the production tremendously after they were going good, and the production has dropped. So if it wasn't because of that, I know that we would have gotten a better figure. But hopefully this year, we will get much better figure in terms of the amount. So thank you all, as I hand you over back to the producer.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Miss Mackey. And let me tell you something. We were both in here early this morning, and we're having conversation. So she told me about studying in New Zealand and taking that back to Jamaica with her. There are many people who they will study overseas and they stay there. But she has come back home to make a difference. And as shy as she is, she stood up here and addressed you today. Put your hands together for her. So notice how we both have on jackets, because when we came in here this morning, I think it was chilly when we came in here this morning. It's not chilly anymore. And a lot of that has to do with climate change, because I am from Manchester, and I know that growing up as a child, it was never this hot. It's crazy hot. And so I know that when our farmers are going out in the field, and when they're going on the farm, they are facing more difficult conditions. And so we really have to salute them. We really have to salute our farmers and the work that is being done. So put your hands together for Ms. Mackey and for our farmers. Now, I want to give away something. Well, I have another bag. It's an insulated bag, right? But who can tell me, and this is for the students, because quite frankly, I'm not asking any of you anything that you don't know, so I'm going to stick with the students. Is that okay? Is that okay? All right. There is oh, by the way, let me just greet Denver Thorpe from the Jamaica Agricultural Society. Denver, good morning. He's on the outside. Good to have you with us. There's a lady sitting in the audience who is a champion goat farmer, or she's somewhere on the outside. But she's a champion sheep farmer, But she's a phenomenal woman. The first student who can come up here and tell me who that lady is, you will win an insulated bag. Who can tell me? No, you can't enter. You can't. Any student who knows who that person is, you're a student and you're coming to tell me? Very good. Hold on. Let me make sure I don't drop off the stage. That wouldn't be pretty.
My name is Tevian Simpson. It's Dr. Young.
You know her first name? All right. So she got the answer, but she's barely but saying it, even though she's mic'd. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Gabrielle Young. And what's her name? Tevian Simpson, and she's a student at the College of Agriculture, Science and Education case. I think I need somebody up here to give out prizes when I award them. All right, so I'm going to run over to my prize section and then come back with the bag. And hope I don't turn over anything around here. All right, so this is an insulated bag, so whatever you're taking back to case with you, you just drop it in that bag. Congratulations to you. By the way, it means that our young people who are in the sector are paying attention. So we really congratulate them on the work that they're doing. And Courtney Garrick, who carried the hot cup of tea for me, I might need some more. All right, thank you, Courtney. When you talk for a living and you also sing, it puts a lot of pressure on the voice. So I sing with the university singers. I had rehearsal last night for a few hours and then woke up this morning early, did a show from 5 to 7, made my way down here so I could be with you. So that's a lot of talking and singing and using up the voice. But I'm very happy to be here. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move into a session now that is focused on laws and, well, I'm moving ahead of myself. We're going to move to the dairy product development and shelf life, which is really very important because we want our people, once they get into the sector, to understand how it is that you extend the shelf life of this product that you love so much. And it is very important. I mean, I've tasted goat's milk, I've had goat's cheese, so I know it is good. But there are many people in this country who have never had that experience. And so for more of our people to have that experience, we're going to have to ensure that they understand how it is that you're able to preserve the products so that more of us can actually enjoy it once it is that the products are made. There's something else that I was told this morning, which made me very proud. So I'm Moravian. That's the church with which I'm affiliated. And Miss Mackey told me this morning that there is a group from Maidstone in Manchester, a group of Moravians that were the first people to do goat's cheese in this country. Isn't that amazing? And by the way, the Moravians were the first missionaries in the country as well. So I learned a little bit of history this morning. All right, I think my guys, they have set up so we can move into the sessions that are ahead. And we are now going to invite Dr. Grayson Jr. from the Scientific Research Council to come and share with us what we need to learn about dairy product development and shelf life. Put your hands together as she comes.
Good morning. Wow, I'm a nervous one. But we're going to get through this day. Are we excited to be here today? That doesn't sound good. You look like I have to go do the thing, don't? Yes. I'm kidding. I think we're there. Good morning, all. Come on, get some energy. You give me some energy and I give you some energy. It's really exciting for me to be here today. And even the introduction or the introductory speeches that have went on, my colleague with me, Mrs. Thompson, was saying, how much for one goat? Because it seemed like me have to go buy a goat. Right? Because it becomes so enticing to enter the farm business, and not just the farming business, but to enter the goat business to go forward, because the pricing that is going forward, it is something that seems very encouraging. So my name is Grace Ann Jr. I'm the team leader for the Food Product and Development Unit of the Scientific Research Council. I'm just going to give you an overview because maybe they cut me before I'm through. So I'm just going to give you an overview initially of what the Scientific Research Council is about, or exactly what my unit is about. So we focus mainly on product development, product standardization, and what that entails basically is us taking your raw product, your primary product, and put it into one value-added product. We have been hearing about value-added products. So the cheese that you have on the market, the lotions that you can have on the market, the soaps that you can have on the market, That is the Scientific Research Council. So we have the brains, we have the power, we have some of the equipment. I heard Mr. Green mentioning about the rental of some facilities and equipment that we can have, basically, that can work alongside with the equipment that SRC and the technology that SRC would have for you to have a product that is comparable to what is out there on the commercial scale. So at times there are persons that you can come into us with your idea. We will move that idea. Say you just want a soap, so we can tweak out that idea. What kind of soap is it? Is it a sensitive soap? Is it for the skin? Is it a general purpose soap? Even in the food product, what type of food product are you thinking about? So we do things like that so we can have an idea as to what the product or the value-added product that you actually need. And from there, we will speak about the different feasibility of the product. Is it economically feasible? And again, it's something that has been touched on recently, in that we are getting an amount of goat milk. Each year we are increasing by 100%. We started from 3, 6, 12. I'm hoping by the end of this year we'll have 24. We reach 24. So when you have all that raw material, because one of my concerns, and usually one of the concerns in the commercial market, is to secure your raw material resources. And it makes no sense for you to enter a value-added chain and you cannot secure your raw material resources. So it is something that is really paramount for us to ensure that we can get that goat milk to do the value-added product. Yes, at times we may have 2 goats or 3 goats producing quite an amount of milk, and we believe that we can enter. It is that we have to pool at times different farmers and to reinvest actually to get the amount of product that you need to enter into the commercial space. So I'm just going to run through my presentation, as I said before, so that we can get some ideas, some do's and don'ts in going into the product development avenue. So firstly, I can't see your screen, I see mine. So firstly, we talk about the product development cycle. It basically deals with ideation. And ideation is us coming up, or you rather, the developer, coming up with different ideas. You can want a myriad of products. We have to tweak these products depending on your target market to say where we will be going, the packaging material that is available, to know how or what we can actually produce, and the technology that is available to us here in Jamaica to determine what can be produced. So we go ahead, uncle, auntie, cousin, friends, neighbor, TV, internet. We get all these ideas from anywhere. So we tweak the ideas, as I say, we sift through the ideas to determine feasibility in terms of raw material feasibility, cost feasibility, packaging feasibility, whatever it is, we need to determine the feasibility of this product. So it's not just about coming up with a brilliant idea and a brilliant product, nice package, and at the end of the day, you cannot produce this product. It has to be economically viable. So we sift through these ideas, and then you may come up with a prototype. We call it a prototype. It is not a product until it is on the supermarket shelf. Right through the work of it, we call it a prototype. So then you can put your recipe together. We come up with a prototype. Is it yogurt? Is it ice cream? Is it bar soap? Is it lotion? What is it? We put this together. You can work with an expertise, as I said before, at the Scientific Research Council to come up with the different proportions of milk that you need to add, whatever lye you need to add for soaps, even in terms of your processing for food product, what food product you need, what bacteria that we need even for the yogurt and different type of yogurt, different type of cheese, which avenue are you going into, and how can we source this raw material. Once we come up with that, we have our small scale. Basically, you do that in a batch. We call it a batch scale or a pilot scale or a lab scale purpose. It's just a small amount for us to have an idea as to the technology and the feasibility of this product. Once you have that product coming up, you do a list, so we call it sensory evaluation, determine if persons like it or they don't like it, or even the texture of the product, whatever it is that you assess this product for or want it. Is the lotion spreadable? Is it clumpy? And stuff like that. Is the soap itself, does it lather? So there are different aspects of sensory evaluation depending on the product. We do those preliminary examinations. Once that is through and you think you would have come up with something worthy enough to be exposed to a wider population, you then move into what we call a scale-up or batch-up production. That is you doing a larger batch of whatever that you need. And this is where a lot of times that the hiccups at times will reveal itself. So is it that you have challenges in procuring, say we're doing 1,000 bar soaps or 1,000 liters of lotion, or the cheese, we're doing a ton of cheese, and then you have challenges in coming up with your raw materials for that. That will show you that we will be having problem, because it's not just about producing today, but it's about sustaining that market that you initiate or you want to initiate. And it's something for us as a turnoff. We would have been exposed to the supermarket, to the different products on the market, and you would have gone there and there is something really nice and you love it, and after that you can't find it. And this is one of the things that we try to identify early on in the product to initiate, to determine whether or not the feasibility of your raw material technology, sourcing, costing is okay. And at times we're overwhelmed and we think we have the different financing agency here today, which I am really happy for, because it is an holistic approach. It's no one-man business, and it's good that every sector here today, so we have the primary, we have the producers, we have the financiers, we have the grant funding persons that can help us to go forward. So us having 100,000 or 200,000 at times, it is not sufficient. To start out a business, it really involves some amount of input. And as such, we are here, or we are there at the Scientific Research Council to unravel some of the things or the webs that might be in front of your eyes, for you to be really realistic about where you want to go and how can we assist you, to point you to the different agencies so that everybody can work together and come out at the day as being victorious and producing for the country. I think I went through my entire presentation. So if you stop me, it's okay. So formulating, I mentioned about that. Formulating involves standardizing the recipe that I said before. You would have come up with something which tries to standardize that. And what standardization means is for you to produce the same good repeatedly. So each time you go into production, it's the same lotion, it's the same soap, it's the same drink, it's the same whatever it is that you are doing. So we put the measures, the quality measures in place to ensure that whenever you go to production, you are producing something that is consistent in whatever quality parameters that is. Right. After you have done your standardization and all of that in formulating, you think about your costing, your target market, how we need to package. So to basically your packaging material also have to be touching, because the session in the 20 minutes is not long enough. So I have to ensure that you get a little from everywhere. So when we speak about shelf life of a product, somebody at times and repeatedly person will call and they will ask, what's the shelf life of my drink? What's the shelf life of such? And we will say a shelf life is not something that you can just determine just like that. There are a number of factors that determine the shelf life of your product at the end of the day. The processing that you use. So is it that you just, we spoke about, and earlier it would have been mentioned about scalding the milk, the goat milk, you scald off this goat milk, and then you do that. And person might be wondering, why I don't just have it? No, you can't. Right? Because there are some little things that we can't see. So grandma, grandpa will say to scald it off. Right? If it is that you have that goat milk, cow milk, whatever milk that it is, just exposed there, you realize over time that there are certain odors and there are certain things that might be growing. Right? So we need to scald it off, and basically when we scald it, we extend the shelf life and the product become more wholesome for human consumption. So that's the preliminary, and even after scalding it, the shelf life of that is approximately, say, 2 days, if it reads so far, depending on how you keep it. Because if in the chiller or stuff open, just scalding can keep you around 2 days or stuff. Now, if you're going further, and we need to go further because we're talking about sustainability. So that is moving the good from one area to another area. And for us to move from area to area, we need to package, we need to process. So it depends now, how are you going to process this? What's the target market? Do I intend just to move from Westmoreland to Kingston? Do I intend to export this good? And as such, it depends on your target market that you determine what packaging material that you will determine to use. If it is, because if you're exporting, you have to factor in lay time, the time that you will send in transportation, all of that you have to factor in. So you have to get something durable. So you have to go through I think I'll have the type of packaging, but maybe I don't get there. So you have to ensure that we see a lot of times the cardboard box type Tetra Pak. Are we aware of those? And it's not just pretty. It's something that is essential because milk is lovely not just to us, but to bacteria, yeast, and mold. So we all love it, right? Living creatures love milk. It is very nutritious to all. So we have to pack it like that. So you have a plastic lining. Basically, the plastic lining prevents the moisture, the exchange between the different atmosphere. You have aluminum lining that prevent the oxygen from moving through the different atmosphere. The cardboard lining in it, give it that sturdiness so it can stand up, stay on the shelf, and be there. So everything there, you might not see that all of these layers are there. It's there within the plastic, but it is actually there. And it's there for the extension of the shelf life of the product. So when you'd have gone through this processing, you would have gone through most of the time for dairy products, the eating methods, basic stovetop pasteurization. The shelf life is not as much. Maybe you get 2 weeks, depending on your packaging of it. Packaging a bottle, a PET bottle that is. Keeping it chiller, maybe you can have it for 2 weeks. Maybe for a yogurt, maybe you have a month or thereabout on it. When you go to the Tetra Paks, these can give you a longer life and they can stay on the shelf just as is. And it's because of the process, what we call is ultra high temperature. Right, ultra high temperature. So you expose the product to high temperature for a short period of time, usually a second. Right, so you have different type of pasteurization that you can use. The ultra is usually the recommended because you expose it for a very short, so you maintain the integrity of the milk as best as possible. And then you have the shelf life. Processing, I think I went through that and stuff like that. Let me get to my other slide. Did the slide change? All right, so I'm going to speak a little bit about microbes. Right, so we have 3 different categories of spoilage, or food spoilage or microbial spoilage. Physical, chemical, microbial. Physical, as its word suggests, is something physical inside the product that will render it to be spoiled or unsafe for human consumption. Chemical is things happening in the product. It can be even from the line or within the product, certain things forming chemicals within the product, making it unsafe. And microbial is the little things that we cannot see that will render the product unsafe for consumption. And why is it? There are certain parameters that are necessary for microbes to grow. Temperature is one, and they will tell you don't keep your food out. Those, I think all of us should be, our food analyst permit will let us know that there are certain things, so we should all be aware of these parameters. Moisture, nutrients, temperature, the pH or acidity of your product. These are hurdles, are measures that you can apply to your product to assist with the extension of the shelf life of the product. Milk on its own offer all of these. The pH of a milk is basically 6.4 to around 6.7, which is a loving, nice, loving pH for microbes, right? So that is one of the reasons why we have to kill them. The nutrient content is very loving. You have a vitamin A or minerals or potassium or so. It is very loving, right? And have all the niceties for it. So if we try to control and we know what your product is and what your product brings to the table, then we try to put different hurdles within the manufacturing processes that can actually help you. One of the limiting factors for dairy products, I would say, is the fact that it's a protein. It's mainly protein. And with that, you don't have much measures or much, we call them preservative, that would be applicable for high acid food, such as other beverages that we can use to extend the shelf life. So for dairy products, it's mainly processing that deals with the extension of the shelf life. Packaging and processing. Once you do and adhere to your good manufacturing practices, your washing, your sanitizing, and all of that, that will help you with the extension of the shelf life of the product. I'm seeing sleepers in the audience. So general environment, you can get contamination from anywhere, from the general environment, just from your hand. If you didn't wash or wear your gloves properly, or after you use your gloves, you just use you handle other stuff and handling the other of the animal. They can get contamination from anywhere. Your equipment that you're using, the environment that you're around, your packaging container has to be washed, sanitized before you use them. And even your line, you have to ensure that you sanitize that line properly before you do your production. So you must have your microbe team. If anything, your little kits inside, swab the line to ensure, because once something is there, it will grow. Microbes take 20 minutes to grow, increasing, double their size, double their amount, proliferate. So we have to be very careful about that. So at times when we even leave the factory overnight, we can understand what is happening inside there. So person might think putting the stuff in the fridge will help it. Not necessarily. It will slow down the rate, slow down the growth, right? We call them cycro. So the cycros, they can grow actually at 7 degrees or lower. So you have your milk and you have your milk product in the fridge, it will not last forever. It will still get spoiled. And we would have noticed is we'd have pulled the milk, the same Tetra Pak milk, and we'll have it in the fridge, and we realize that over time that this becomes very thick, start to coagulate because the acid and stuff start to go, and it causes the proteins to start to coagulate and sometimes even get slimy. So a chemical reaction is taking place inside there. Even pasteurization that kills and denatures our enzymes, we will still have some amount, because it is not sterile, we still have some amount that still contributes to the growth and hence reduce the shelf life of your product. So some of these that we can see is the off flavor. We will call this rancidity, this foul odor at times that we get of stuff. Anything that is high in fat, we get it our peanuts, our milk, anything like that. We get that foul odor from it. We have the coagulation of our milk, as mentioned before. It becomes very viscous. We see when we're pouring it out, become very viscous. So these are things. So in the industry, there are different things that we will add to our product to extend the shelf life of the product. And for it to be more, I'll say, more acceptable to our consumers, that we get it. And some of these additives, a lot of times person will say they don't want anything, they want it to be all natural and stuff, but it depends on where you're going. It depends on your market that you're targeting. It is possible to have with technology, as I said. So if the technology at times is limiting, if packaging material is limiting, it is that we have to basically consider what you have at hand and what market and what economic gain that you want from this product. If it is that you want to export at times, we have to use these additives. In the cheese industry, sometimes we use colorants. We know the nice cheese, Daisy cheese. That's not a natural color. It is a colorant that we use to have that appealing, and it is what a lot of us really know and associate cheese with, right? Which I won't even get into that aspect of it. But the color, I'll just speak to the color. It is an additive. All additives that is used within the food industry and any industry, any commercial industry, it is regulated, right? It is not something that they manufacture. If it is that you don't have somebody, a chemist or somebody aware of the industry, they might just put in more than the amount, saying that they're trying and they want this to be well good. And they may have heard about, we call it potassium sorbate, is a commonly known one. They may have heard about potassium sorbate, that is a preservative, and we decide that we're going to put some potassium sorbate in this milk because we want this to have a long shelf life. It does not go like that. There are certain environments that the preservative or the additive acts within. For example, we have different stabilizers, running ahead of myself as usual. You have different stabilizers that we can use. For example, in the yogurt industry, we can use for the body, the texture of the yogurt. At times, person may add pectin to it. They may add xanthan gum to it. And they may add gelatin to it, whatever it is that you want to add. And it is that the pectin, when you add the pectin or the gelatin, it needs heat to help you to go. So you have to determine what state do you add it, because you can't really add heat to the product. So you have to know your ingredients and what you want at the end of the day. Xanthan gum at the end of the day don't need any heat. So it's an easy one. Come, let I put you in anywhere in your process. So you have to know your raw material. And if it is that you want to do anything, you have to ensure that you would have done your background research so that you don't just do things willy-nilly and at the end of the day, you're frustrated in not getting the end output that you actually would want. Okay, so food additive, it says it should maintain your color, it should maintain the quality of the product. It should be characteristic, that means it should be food safe. And it shouldn't be something that you're using to hide any flaw in your process. That's the background. It's not a hide, it is not a cover. Right? It should be non-toxic, or flavor, of odor, and soluble in whatever medium that you're using it in. Alright, so these are just some of the additives that we use, basically. So we have our mono and diglyceride that we use a lot as emulsifiers in our dairy industry, in our, for the lecithin also using as emulsifier. Emulsifier, we know, is just getting the fat and the water together so that we have a smooth thing and we don't have the separation between the different environments. We have other stabilizers, so that the carboxymethyl cellulose that we use at times. And one of the important compounds that we also use as a food additive is sodium citrate, which is a pH buffer that assists us basically to maintain that pH so we don't have fallout, because the milk industry, it is very, I call it a tricky. If you tip the balance too much outside the pH, we have things happening that we don't want. We have experiences in our food development lab scale trials and many a times. So when you have that buffer, it helps you to maintain the appropriate pH for the protein, so we don't have separation. By you finish and you think you're through, after a day and you observe the product, you realize you're having falling out. And that happens because basically we don't have a buffer in the system to help to maintain that pH balance within the product. Potassium sorbate, as I've mentioned before, it's here as an antioxidant at that time that is added to our products. But as I said, you have to have a specific pH level for it to be effective. Potassium sorbate is usually utilized within the 6.5 is pushing it a bit. It depends on the article that you make reference to. So at times, person will use it, but as I mentioned before, your pH of your milk is usually 6.4 to 6.7. So if I have a 6.7 goat milk and stuff, and I add this product inside of it, this additive, I am getting no effect. I'm just adding it, and it's just added cost, because the medium, it does not sustain the activity of this product that I'm having. So you have to have idea as to what this, what you're using. Even though you might have an idea and you have read this, you have to read around whatever it is to ensure that whatever you add, an additional cost that you're incurring, that is actually having the effect that you want. I would have mentioned a different, spoke about pasteurization, different method of pasteurization. We can do it at low. We can do it at low or high. And basically, we have the drying method even for our milk to basically extend the shelf life of our milk. I would have also mentioned beforehand the packaging material that is usually utilized for our dairy industry is this type of packaging where you have the cardboard, the plastic, and the aluminum foil to help with the extension of the shelf life of the product. I'm running through here because I'm being cut. You have the retard packaging also that you can use. Again, you render the product sterile in a retard setting. So basically there are no, I wouldn't say no, but we call it no microbes will be present in that environment. So the product can actually keep up to 2 years and be safe for consumption. So packaging material should not lend itself to your product, plainly put. It should be cost effective, attractive, because it is the first contact for your product with your consumer. So you need it to be attractive and to convey the necessary information that it needs to be done. I think I run through product development. Basically, I won't go through prototyping and scaling up. As I say, if they cut me, I can go. Sensory evaluation, I would have mentioned earlier also, to determine the acceptability of your product prior to you going into production. So it's something that you need to do. You don't just make something and make batches of it. You have to ensure that the population and whoever your target market is will accept this product. Labeling is essential. The Bureau of Standard is the agency that is responsible for labeling. You can consult them. They will give you the label requirement. I just have outlined here the basic requirement. You must have your the name, where the origin of the product, your date, your ingredients listed in a chronological order. order that's the largest to the smallest. Your net weight of your product must be named. Location of production must be named. Whatever storage condition is necessary must be mentioned also. We also do at the SRC, it's not mandatory now, but it's something that is coming on stream nationally, for us to have our nutritional label. It is something that is recommended for your product, so it is something that the SRC also does. It can be done via two methods, analysis and by database. And I rush it through, and I'm through. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Dr. Grace Ann Jr., the Scientific Research Council. You know, sometimes you would think that I work with these places the way I call up the name on the program that I do. But the Scientific Research Council really is one of those organizations that if you're going into any type of manufacturing and you want a proper formula, a properly formulated product, then you should reach out to them. They do a lot of hand-holding. Am I right, Doc? Yes. So they do a lot of hand-holding and they share their expertise and their knowledge with you, which is exactly what we just got from that presentation. There's a lot to consider, and sometimes we only focus on the finished product, but we don't have a sense of how much work has gone into making it what it is. Put your hands together for her once again. All right, so one of the things that I haven't done since we started, because I didn't see everybody, but I have a team of young people working with me that are really very efficient, from getting me the hot tea to ensure I stop coughing, to providing a fan so I'm not hot. They have been doing a fantastic job. Let me just say thank you to Jody Bowen. Jody, thank you so very much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that I want to do now is to focus on the list of exhibitors, and we have more presentations to come, but I want to point out who is here, and I want you to network with them, not now, a little bit later on. The Jamaica Dairy Development Board, of course, World University Service of Canada, WUSC, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, they have a customer service desk here, Parts Department, Outland Herders, Cabra Ranch, Trin Jam Farm, Ruby Goat Dairy, GG, the Boulders Research Station, RADA Manchester, Monique College, Farm and Animal Nutrition Solutions, FANS, Small Ruminant Association of Jamaica, and the Ebony Park Heart Academy. And if we have left off your name, please let us know. Put your hands together for all of them working together to make this event what it is today. I'm certain that you have been enjoying yourself and you have been soaking up the information, because that is what this is all about. All right, so we're going to be moving now to our next presentation. And this one focuses on laws and regulations surrounding dairy cottage industry producers. And we're going to invite Mrs. Tanisha Plummer-Byfield from the Ministry of Health and Wellness to make her way to the stage for that presentation. Put your hands together for her as she comes. And keep the applause going while she makes her way up here, ladies and gentlemen. Encouragement, they say, sweetens labor. That's right. All right, she's agreeing with me.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy that protocol is already established. I could say good afternoon, everyone. Don't let me tell on you, Good afternoon, everyone. Great, they're sounding better. Great, so initially my topic was on the regulations governing the dairy industry. And a few years ago, I went and I did veterinary public health in Trinidad. And while studying there, I ventured into another course, which was to do value-added products using goat milk. So imagine how excited I was when I came this morning and realized that our focus is on goat milk. I was ecstatic. And I'm happy to know that that is our primary focus for today. I will be presenting on the laws and regulations monitoring, thank you, small dairy cottage industries. And before I go, in keeping with our MC, I love to have an interactive session. And so we will start off with an icebreaker. And my icebreaker for today, I want you to think milk. Let's go. What do cows produce during an earthquake? Very quickly, who could give me the answer? I didn't know gifts were given away, but I brought 2 tokens. Yes, sir. I saw that hand first, and he did say milkshake. I do have a token for you, sir. And I have 1 more to go. Why do cows have hooves instead of feet? Think milk. First person to give me the answer. All right, let me go closer. Think milk protein. Why do cows have hooves instead of feet? I see that hand. Exactly, because they lack toes. Excellent. Thank you for participating. So my presentation, as I said before, is on the laws and regulations governing the industry. I am Tenesia Plummer Byfield. I'm the Parish Program Specialist for Veterinary Public Health here in Manchester. So my objectives, it's pretty difficult to do the laws in 15 minutes, but I will try my best. So my presentation objectives will be on to give a brief overview of the existing public health regulations that we use to govern the dairy industry. I'd also like to give an insight on the requirements of the dairy small-scale industry operators under these regulations, and to provide a few documents or to indicate a few documents that you would need as an operator that is also included under these regulations. So forgive me if I'm going a bit quickly. I'm trying to keep up with the time. Okay, so our parent regulation that we operate under is the Public Health Act of 1985. We do not, at this point in time, we have not enacted our dairy regulation just yet. So, to suffice, we use the Public Health Food Handling Regulations of 1998, which would have seen revisions going up to 2013. Also, we'll be looking very briefly at the Public Health Nuisance Regulations of 1995, and to a lesser extent, but quite relevant, the Public Health Tobacco Regulations of 2013. And I did try to concise that all in as best as I possibly could. For an introduction, milk. I realized that we are also partnering with partners from Canada, and so I think they'll be pleased to know that I took my definition for milk from the Dairy Products Regulation of 1979 for Canada. And it states that milk or whole milk is used in the manufacture of dairy products. Means the normal lacteal secretion free from colostrum, and it is obtained from the mammary gland of an animal. The reason why I selected it is because the initial part says it is used in the manufacture of dairy products. Now I have a friend in Trinity who would say, how can trees produce milk? Because in the industry we now have almond milk, we have rice milk, we have soy milk, and according to the definition, milk should actually be the normal lacteal secretion coming from a mammal. And so you can appreciate why I would love to utilize that first part of the regulation that says the manufacture of dairy products. And then it goes on to talk about milk being a normal secretion. And of course, it must exclude colostrum. So for our farmers, please remember, it is illegal to include colostrum in milk. Milk is the first form of nutrition that is made available to infants. And as we all heard, it is rich in fats, proteins, minerals, vitamins, and it is holistically a food to itself. And so, rightly so, it is covered under the food handling regulations of 1998. Under this regulation, Regulation 2 states that food includes water, ice, any substance manufactured, prepared, sold, or presented for use in food or drink or flavoring or condiments. And so we can see where milk clearly is and can be identified as a food under the Public Health Food Handling Establishment regulations. It also defines food handling establishment as a place where food is prepared, sold for human consumption, and it includes their varying categories from retail to food service, right? So dairy facilities and dairy operators or processors are considered to be food establishment operators. And high-risk foods under this regulation indicates non-acidic foods, which would include foods that are moist, protein-based rich foods, and in order for them to be product safe, they are required to be at particular temperatures, right? And the regulation also states that that includes milk and milk products. And so it is quite relevant for us to use the Public Health Food Handling Establishment to govern the dairy industry, and that is what we do at present. All right, so what do you do as an operator? The first step under Regulation 3 is that every person who is desirous, and that is the key word, desirous of operating a food handling establishment, you must apply to the medical officer of health in the parish in which you propose to operate from. So you can't hope to operate in Manchester, but you live in Clarendon, and then you're going to apply for it in Clarendon because I live in Clarendon. It doesn't work like that. You should apply for the license in the parish that you intend to operate from. And the key word there again is desirous. I'll get back to that in a bit. Now, in Regulation 4.3, it says the license is valid for 1 year, and the operator may do the renewal under Regulation 4 within 30 days of its expiration. Regulation 3 speaks to the fact that, right, we mentioned that already. Right, so moving on very quickly. Regulation 3 says, what are the requirements for licensing? You need 2 recent photographs of the applicant. You need appropriate application form that is found in the second schedule. It is also provided at the health departments, and if you are electronically savvy, you could go online to the Ministry of Justice's website, go onto the Public Health Food Handling Regulations, and it will be there for you to print. It also indicates that you should have a floor plan, my apologies, showing the layout of the food handling establishment and the equipment and devices that you wish to use therein. Section 3.2 also goes on to explain that there might be other particulars that might be required by the medical officer of health and also by the public health inspector that is operating on behalf of the medical officer of health. So what is the tool that we use? To be very precise, in my 15 minutes, I'm only going to focus on the food handling establishment regulation, the food handling establishment inspection form as the primary tool. And those gray areas, I do understand, even with 1010 vision, you might not be able to see all of that. But you could see the gray areas. For you to get a license on all your inspection forms, you must satisfy those gray areas. And those gray areas would include the food sourcing, food protection, it speaks to personnel, it speaks to water, plumbing, toilet, hand washing facilities. It speaks to insect, rodent, and animal control, and also other operations to include removal of toxicity products in the establishment. And these are some of the critical areas that I'll be taking into my presentation, taking from this to go into the presentation. All right, so upon receipt of your application, the medical officer of health shall cause an inspection of the facility to be done, and this is the primary tool that is utilized. So what are the requirements that are needed? Under Regulation 5, you must have adequate lighting and ventilation. And I selected this because the regulation was so specific that different areas should have various types of lighting, and believe me, our inspectors are fully equipped to assess whether your lighting is sufficient or not. Am I right, Manchester? Great. All right, so at least 540 locks in the areas where food is handled or where food handlers are working with utensils or equipment is what is required in terms of your lighting. The flooring must be impervious, durable, non-slip, and it must be free from cracks and crevices. And of course, you want to construct your flooring in a manner that facilitates cleaning. The walls and ceilings should be durable, they should be clean and in good repair, and with washable surfaces painted in light color. You also want to ensure that you have adequate toilet facilities for employees and customers of each sex. And I guess with this now era, we need to include gender. Moving along, conveniently located, and it must be accessible and in good sanitary condition. The final thing in this section is that it states that you should have adequate supply of potable water. And this should be throughout the establishment. Now in Manchester, in the country, you know, we have like water issues here and there. And so by policy, we have advised that our industry operators, dairy and food handling establishment operators must have a backup water supply to ensure consistent supply of water at all times. There's also, under subsequent regulations, the necessity for the adequate chlorine residual reading of being 0.2 to 0.25 is a requirement also. In terms of hand washing station, now the law speaks specifically to this, and you know, it is identified that the most common way in which food becomes contaminated is by, nobody knows? The dirty hands of food handlers. That is the most common way in which food becomes contaminated, and for that reason, it suffices why Regulation 35H would say that the installation and maintenance of a hand wash station must be in every 40 square feet of a floor space in your establishment, in the private areas where you handle, prepare, store, or sold, or food is served from, right? So you will find that larger facilities may have more hand wash stations than others based on obvious requirements, the 40 square meter requirement. What do we need to have at this hand wash station? And this is clearly indicated in the regulation. We must have a hand drying facility, and the regulation says it must be electric hand blower or a disposable paper towel, coming straight from the law. It should also be foot operated. You should also have your foot operated waste bin. It should also include your soap inside a soap dispenser, and so automatically we are going to indicate that it should be liquid soap, right? Hand wash sink with a faucet having hot and cold water is a requirement by the regulation. And in the dairy industry, you can see why hot and cold water is essential, because for your cleaning and sanitization processes, there's some chemicals, some alkaline or acidic cleaners for milk that will require that you use either hot or cold water. And not having the correct water at the correct temperature can cause problems with you having milk stones and other cleaning issues. Now, the previous presenter would have spoken about microbial contamination, and so I'm not even going to go very much on that. Just to say that the Regulation 5 indicates that we should store food in a manner that protects it from contamination and deterioration. And in subsequent regulations, it also states that the food should be stored 6 inches off the floor or 18 inches from the walls or ceiling at all times. All right? I am also pleased when I heard the minister said that you can lease coolers. That is like a big public health ease right there, just hearing that. So, thank you. So the public health, the food handling establishment should be located also in an area where it is free from pests and vermin. And that is why it is essential for you to apply prior to operating, and not just start operating, then apply and ask for an inspection. Because many times when the officer comes, there is not going to be a tussle as to what needs to be done and what can be done based on how you already did your structure and design. So to prevent that, it's best that you consult with public health first and then you move on. And we would have spoke of the sources of contamination in the industry. So you're looking at the other infection, dirt from the teeth and so forth, the milking equipment and also the hands. We also, the regulation also indicates that you should have measures in place for cleaning and sanitization. Under 23, it says the operator maintains adequate supply of, my apologies, that should be water. I thought I corrected that on this slide. Water for the purpose of cleaning and disinfecting of equipment and the utensils and also your work surfaces. The law also states that the temperature of the water should be no less than 180 degrees Fahrenheit or 82 degrees Celsius for your hot water. And it should be, you should use approved sanitizers. So to move on very quickly, you are prohibited from selling unfit food, and you are required to store your food in a way that it is not contaminated or have any undesirable flavors. And I get the signal and I'm rushing. Adequate temperature control must be in place. So again, toot toot to the coolers that we heard about. It is critical for you to maintain constant temperature of 4.4 degrees Celsius for your chilled milk. And if you're doing a product that requires freezing, then, or for it to be frozen, then it should be minus 18 degrees Celsius at maximum. And that is a straight public health requirement and a critical area for licensing. The vehicle used for transport also should be in good sanitary condition, and it must not be used to carry anything that is hazardous to the food. So I've spoken about temperature. In terms of standard, Bureau of Standard would have spoken about some of the requirements, but just to say that the inspector is authorized to inspect the premises at any given time, to examine the food, and to ensure that the facility is in good standing, and also to take samples. And these samples can be used for multiple assessments, whether it's for microbial analysis, for chemical analysis, or any other that might be required. And right there was a test, was actually a sample of milk quality from an actual facility here in Manchester. And also the legal requirement for your employees, they should have a food handler's permit. I believe I heard that earlier as well. The law also says once you're desirous of working in the establishment, it means that you're to do it before you start working. So you should apply for the food handler's permit. And it also speaks to the individuals having that they should be free of disease and infection and illnesses. They should wear clean clothes, practice good hygiene, and the section 6 and 7 speaks to the revocation of the license. So if you're in breach of any aspect of the, I see the signs and I'm coming. If you're in breach of any aspect of the regulation, if you're suffering from any illness, if you have breached any aspect, if the license is suspended for over 3 times, if you have given falsified information, then your license can be suspended or revoked. And for the nuisance regulation, it basically outlines nuisances that you'd want to avoid in your establishment. Penalty, of course, is $1 million or 12 months in prison. And for the tobacco regulations, it clearly states that your places of work and employment are non-smoking areas, and it should be adhered to. I want to implore you all, know that knowledge is power, know that you are empowered. Please let us do the legal requirements for licensing.
Team proud right there. All right, thank you so very much for that presentation. You know, there is so much that we do take for granted. Like I said, a lot of work goes into ensuring that we have good, high quality, safe food on our tables. And so these regulations are really very important, and I'm happy that we've been able to share the information. So put your hands together once again for Mrs. Tanisha from Byfield from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have just one more presentation before we break for lunch. And after that presentation, I'll give you some instructions in terms of what to do. Can you just hold for me, please? All right, so we have just one more presentation before we break for lunch. And this is going to be team tag. Yes? So we're going to have two people who are going to do a presentation. And it is important for us, as I said, to understand what the issues are. And so we're going to be focused now on initiatives provided for the small ruminants and dairy cottage industry. And like I said, team tag, you'd have been introduced to Daniel Peart earlier on. But for the first part of the presentation, we're going to be joined by Shane Cunningham, Director of Policy. And that is, of course, focused on what is happening in the dairy industry. And so put your hands together for Mr. Cunningham to come, and he will be followed by Daniel Peart. Put your hands together for him.
All right, afternoon all. I get tempted when I stand behind these lecterns to say, good afternoon, brothers and sisters. So, good afternoon, brothers and sisters. All right. So, as was said, as you would see on your program, it was slated for Mr. Kevin Kandapa to make this presentation, but I guess his shoes are so big to fill that it requires two of us. So, in terms of the breakout of the presentation, you can conceive it as I will cover theory, and Ms. Peart will be more practical. So as a policy person, I'm just going to situate the dairy cottage industry in the broader ministry policy environment and policy context. Right, so quickly as background, all this slide is saying to us is A, agriculture is a big part of our economy. It contributes about 8.3% to GDP and about 15.3% to the labor force. And we all recognize that it's an area that has a big multiplier effect. Now, in terms of the policy environment within which we operate in agriculture right now, these are some of the major drivers, the framework that lays the groundwork for all that you would be doing practically. We start with Vision 2030. We know our National Development Plan, and our part of that is the agriculture sector plan. So that would have laid out a great framework as to where we want to be by 2030, and we know that works with some 3-year rolling medium-term framework, so we have been going through that process. Now, Minister would have spoken, and you would have heard earlier about the Face of Food strategy as an acronym that speaks to food security, agribusiness development, climate smart technologies, and export expansion. And if you look at the ministry's strategic priorities, you would see those same themes flowing through it. So a big part of all of what we're doing and where we can situate what we're discussing today is in this larger program of food security, agribusiness development, use of climate smart technology, and export expansion. Now, I'm not sure if you're aware, but the government of Jamaica maintains what is called a policy register, where all the policies by all the ministries are there. So you can Google it and find it. You can go on the Cabinet Office website and find it. This represents the agricultural policies that exist on that register. Why is there one in red? Because that is the one that is most appropriate to what we're discussing today. Our National Food and Nutrition Security Policy and Action Plan actually speaks to the development of cottage industries. So under the food availability objective in that policy, it states that government shall promote increased availability of nationally produced nutritious food at competitive market prices, through several things, including focusing on small producers, farmers, fisher folk, cottage food processors, etc. So within the big, higher level policy space in the ministry, this work that we're doing can be situated. We're not just operating out there. These are things that are in the space. Now, in terms of where the ministry is going forward in terms of policy, we are in the process of developing what is known as a National Agricultural Development Plan, which will sort of be a follow-on on the Vision 2030 sector plan. As you are aware, Time is flying. 2030 is rapidly approaching. And as we get there, life does not end there. So we have to start planning for the post-2030 future as well. And our intention is to have our long-term strategy driven by this National Agricultural Development Plan, which will follow on and be aligned with this Vision 2030 sector plan. Now, this plan will have some key strategic areas, and you can see several of them where the dairy cottage industry will fall in. So, value chain efficiency, reduce post-harvest losses, the development of value chains, increasing financing to the players in the sector, improved planning, food security, food and nutrition security. What else? Incentivization of the sector, and we'll get into that more in Ms. Peart's part of the presentation, but several. I won't bore you with everything that this big plan will have, but suffice it to say, the work that we're doing today did not fall from the sky, but is in alignment with the policy direction of the ministry. Now, where are we currently? What is the current policy ethos regarding dairy and small ruminant subsectors? The minister would have essentially done this part of my presentation for me. In that, there is a move now to draft or develop what is known as our livestock policy and the establishment of a livestock board. Now, as it pertains to the livestock policy, there is the consultancy for the development of this policy is about to be finalized. And here again, you will see several objectives. I won't bore you with all of them. When you get the chance, you can look at it. But why is there one in red? This one situates the work that we are doing currently in terms of fostering the sustainable development of the sector and improving production, productivity, product development, and product diversification. Right? Because we are now saying that there's previously a large focus on cows as it pertains to livestock and dairy, and we are increasing the focus on goats as well. Now, the livestock board, as Minister highlighted, is going to seek to expand the remit of the Jamaica Dairy Development Board. In large measure, and even within the legislation, clearly a big part of the focus is on cattle for dairy and for beef, and the focus will be expanded. So this new livestock board will have a focus, a diversification focus, right, to serve the wider livestock sector and not just zeroing in necessarily on cattle. So the diversification focus will widen the focus strictly from goat meat to what we're discussing as well. Goat milk and milk products such as cottage cheese. So we want to get along the value chain as well and not just focusing primarily on meat. Other improved services will include herd management. As Minister mentioned, there would be a system of registration and tracking or ruminants. Now, Minister, in his sectoral presentation last, would have highlighted some of the achievements as it pertains to the small ruminant program. So there would have been an increase in importation of animals. There was great fiscal incentives and incentivization of the sector, and there were moves to improve forage and silage, so particularly at Bodles. So I don't want to rehash this, save and except to say that the aim is for these, with the establishment of the broader livestock board with the increased remit, these things will be focused on and improved upon. So the conclusion of my part of the presentation is that the ministry is on a journey towards enhancement and modernization of our sectors for 2030 and beyond, and the dairy sector, inclusive of dairy cottage industries, as well as the small ruminant subsector, are critical components of this journey. So, half-time, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. And following on Mr. Cunningham, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, we have some incentives that will benefit our farmers. And so today, I will be touching on the challenges and opportunities, eligibility and registration, the different types of incentives, the application process, one or two success stories, and then I will conclude. So for our farmers, one of the challenges is high production costs. And this includes electricity and access to equipment. Another is competition with imports, like your powdered milk and your finished products. Low productivity in terms of limited access to high-yield breeds. Access to financing, credit for investment on equipment and infrastructure. And of course, climate change and extreme weather. And the challenges that come with that are rising temperature affecting pasture quality, water availability, and dairy breed production. So how does the incentive help with this? It creates opportunities. So equipment and climate smart technology can be obtained at a reduced cost through our Productive Inputs Relief Program. In terms of competing with imports, greater variety of locally produced dairy byproducts will of course create opportunities, and we will then have a reduction in demand for imported dairy products. The GCT waiver on imported live products, as well as use of climate smart farming technologies, will assist with low productivity. Access to financial assistance through DBJ and other private lenders will help with the access to financing challenge, as well as the importation of climate smart technologies such as water management system, cooling systems will assist with the challenges for extreme weather and climate change. So to be a beneficiary of any of these incentives, a farmer and farming enterprise must be registered with the Rural Agricultural Development Authority, RADA. And the requirements are that farming enterprises must have a minimum of annual gross return of $250,000, a current tax compliance certificate, which we call TCC, and achievement of the minimum production requirement for duty concession. So what are the incentive types? Farming enterprise, productive inputs relief and income tax relief, 20% duty concession on vehicles for use in agriculture, and additional stamp duty waiver on raw materials for manufacturing. So the approved farming enterprise productive inputs relief, we call PIR incentive, allows our farmers and farming enterprises to have access to waivers on applicable duties and taxes on certain inputs for the production of primary products, in this case, breeding and rearing of animals. And also through this incentive, there is a waiver on the GCT. So in other words, once you have identified a breed, it is completely free to import. Some of the eligible inputs under the PIR are feed for dairy cows, feeding troughs, milking machines, cooling tanks, nipple drinkers, feed mixers, pressure pumps, and teat cup liners. And for our goats, some eligible inputs are hay racks, feeding troughs, drinking fountains, nipple drinkers, and mineral feeders. Some of these examples are displayed here. And I also pause to say that this incentive is also available for manufacturers, for farmers who are agro-processors as well, but this is through the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. So for any information, you can email them at industry@miic.gov.jm. And some of the inputs available for the PIR for manufacturing include milk testers, pasteurization machines, labeling machines, milk bottling machines, separators, butter churns, just to name a few. The income tax relief, part of the approved farming enterprise incentive, allows farmers to write off losses incurred on the farm or in a farming activity against profits of another owned business or trade. And the requirements for this is the completed application form and letter. Once you have applied and submit a recommendation to RADA, it is reviewed by the ministry. The recommendation is made to the Tax Administration of Jamaica and the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, and certification is given by the Minister of Finance and the Public Service, which is valid for 5 years. For duty concession, the criteria is 300 for goats and cattle 30 heads, and the eligible vehicles currently are pickups, no panel vans at this time, and it can either be new or it can be 10 years prior to the current year. So we're in 2015 now. 2025, you can import a 2015 or younger vehicle. For the additional stamp duty incentive, this is supported by the Stamp Duty Act, and this allows our manufacturers to import a waiver on certain goods to be used solely as raw material in the manufacturing or processing of other goods. So some examples of these raw materials are refined sugar, your different flavored concentrates, so apple, pineapple, peach, strawberry, whichever you use for your cheesecake or your flavored milk, and potato starch as well. So for the PRR, once again, you apply through RADA, your application is reviewed, recommendation is made to the Jamaica Customs Agency, and a verification visit is conducted by the Jamaica Customs Agency. Once they have made that visit, approval is given by them for a year or 3 years. For the 20% duty concession, same applies. Apply through RADA once you have met the requirements. It is reviewed by the ministry. The ministry makes a recommendation to Jamaica Customs Agency, which is valid for 6 months, and the farmer collects a copy of recommendation from the ministry. So for the success story, I have 2. In 2023, a farmer benefited from the waiver of GCT as well as PIR, and they imported the Lamanca breed, and they have since tripled the number of animals that they have utilizing this incentive. And in 2024, it's so heartwarming that every time I do these presentations, I see a beneficiary in the audience. So for 2024, we had a farmer with over 300 heads of dairy cow that benefited from the duty concession, and he has utilized that incentive for ease of transport for his inputs as well as equipment used on the farm. So the following, the incentives, this is just a snapshot of what is available to our farmers and agro-processors. For the PRR, once again, tools and equipments for expansion and efficiency can be imported, and the duty is waived on that. The duty concession for fiscal relief on the cost of vehicles purchased for use solely in agriculture. The additional stamp duty waiver, which is fiscal relief on the importation of raw materials used for manufacturing. And of course, the Jamaica Development Board has programs in which we support our stakeholders. As stated before, the incentives provide avenues for growth, expansion, enhancement of production. So I implore you today to take advantage of these incentives and grow your enterprise for a more dynamic dairy industry. For questions, concerns, queries, you can contact the Dairy Board, your local RADA office or extension officer, or you can email us at psecoffice@moa.gov.com. And with that said, I thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Peart. There is so much that I'm learning. Who knew that those kinds of opportunities existed? I'm certain that the farmers who are here today, you see, I see some the heads are going like this. We never know, we never know, we never know. Now you know, now you know, now you know. All right, so what we want to ensure is that you reach out to the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining through the different agencies. Find out exactly what is going on. The Rural Agricultural Development Authority, RADA, is a
good place to start. Maxine Brown, don't you have that information on hand for the farmers? She nods her head. She's livestock specialist with RADA, and you'll hear from her a little bit later on. But ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot happening in agriculture and fisheries that we really want to get our farmers to understand that this is about you. This is about what you're doing for the country. And these incentives are there. There is assistance there. You just have to make the move to get it done. My late aunt used to say, who have raw meat seek fire. So you have the business. You have to make sure that having received the information, you then go out and try to see how these programs and projects can assist you. Put your hands together once again for the ministry and the work that they're doing in that regard. All right, so I know that I had indicated that we would be taking lunch after this presentation, but we have a further delay. Do apologize for that. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to move on to another presentation, and then we will take lunch. But before my fellow phenomenal woman comes, she's putting up her hands, Dr. Tanika O'Connor-Denny, before she comes, I want to give you some instructions. So when it is lunchtime, we know exactly what to do. When lunch is here, this is where it's going to work. This table here, which is table number 1, table number 1 will be served. I'm going to get additional instructions in terms of another table that is supposed to be served. Is it this table here? Right. We'll figure it out. But outside of that, this table will be served, so they are not going to move. Are there vegetarians in the house? Are there people who are vegetarians? All right. So all of you who are vegetarians, when you are going to join the line first. So you get your meals, you come back to the table. And then we will move it table by table so that you get your meals. You understand what is happening? Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some outstanding women who are championing the cause of agriculture in this country. And the Jamaica Agricultural Society continues to recognize them for the work that they're doing. Earlier, I did tell you that we had Dr. Gabby in the house, and she is a phenomenal woman. But our next speaker is also a phenomenal woman, so recognized by the Jamaica Agricultural Society. Please put your hands together and make welcome Dr. Tanika O'Connor-Denny. And Tanika, I must tell you, that's right, Tanika, that's the spirit. Yes, she's ready and ready to go. So Tanika, I must tell you that I like the shirt that you were wearing earlier. I have no problem with this one, but I want... That's right, girl. That's right. So that's your assignment. I'm a fan of agriculture too. Put your hands together for her.
Hi everyone. Boy, you see me take show off and run come up here and see me out of breath now. I'm so out of shape. You'd never believe it, right? Because I'm always out there on the farm working. But boy, I tell you. All right, thank you for that warm welcome. You know, this lady has a voice to soothe a raging beast, right? But she also keeps you awake. That's the nice thing about it. So you're not falling asleep. So here what now. So, when Dairy Board told me I'm going to condense something that you normally take like 8 years to learn in 15 minutes, I said, boy, them don't know me at all. If there's one thing about me, you know, I have the gift of gab. I love chat. There's a reason why when I went to Case, I did agricultural education. Never mind, I never really taught that long, you know, but I love impart knowledge, right? All right. And I don't like to be on the stage, but I noticed that the camera is stationary. So that's a problem. So here's what I'm going to do. You're hungry. The belly is rumbling. The attention span isn't really there because the glucose not really there for the brain function, right? So here's what we're going to do. I am proposing that Dairy Board sets up an online education forum where I go into detail about the role nutrition plays in milk production and milk quality. And what that's going to do is about 60 other slides we have, you know. Don't worry. And not all of them are going to show still. So that's going to allow me to just breeze through it real fast. They're probably going to email the slides to you, so you still have the knowledge. But I really want to spend time in a back and forth discussion with everybody. How that sound? Nah, man. You know, look like sound really. I said, boy, we know everything about nutrition already. No? You sure? Sound, you never answer me. How that sound? Yay! All right then. Perfect, perfect. Yes. You can, oh! All right then. So, hold on 1 second. So let me put this right here. I always have my props, you know. Perfect. This sounds better now. All right. So, orderly, delicious. So you see, we have lovely rubies, GG, Trin Jam, and Cabra Ranch. So you know, say goat milk delicious, don't it? But here what? The Small Ruminants Association, Borders Research Station, and even WUSC would have provided a lot of training opportunities for meat goat nutrition education, right? But whereas a lot of the principles apply, it's not always the case, right? Now, if you've ever listened to me, I've always said that you need to feed according to the phase of production. And dairy goats require about 20% more than the regular goats. And you need to adjust accordingly. So a lot of the dietary advice that I would give for meat goat sometimes does not apply for dairy goat production. All right, so I know you can read it, but why is nutrition important? Somebody answer me. When you think about yourself, why is nutrition important? Why you have to know about nutrition? I see a hand up there. What you put in is what you get out. And it's not just for the animals, you know, it's also for yourself. Because you see me running up there and me tell you I'm tired. You know why I was tired? I'm anemic. So even though, well, you know, the body condition score kind of moved beyond a 3.5 right now, going on to a 4. But, but even though I'm relatively young, I look fit, I work a lot, because I'm anemic, I can't get enough oxygen, so I get short of it quickly, right? So that means I have to take some iron supplements. Same thing for your animals, right? So, nutrition is important because yield and composition depends on it. And nutrient imbalances is going to affect it. So if it is that you don't have any calcium, how are you going to produce milk? Look how much calcium in a milk. And if you don't give the goat any water, how do you expect her to produce anything? Eh? And you there telling the goat that you want whole heap of milk fat. Well, you're not even giving the poor goat the resources to produce the fat. And it's not your fault, you know. You're so used to just letting out the goat. And you say, boy, that is it. And sometimes you might give it a little bag feed. And you say, yeah, man, that's supposed to hold her. Right? So Dairy Board has asked me to come help out you guys. Right? And I'm not going to tell you that we know every single thing. But I promise you, anything I don't know, I'll research. And come back and come tell you. All right. So this shifted a little. But we already know that, well, we used to say it's 4 stomachs, but it's not actually 4 stomachs. The ruminant has 4 chambers to the stomach. And one of the chambers is a fermentation vat. phenomenal. I mean, it has all of these microbes just working with the host, just to work with it, you know. And because the microbes are working with it, if you really want to maximize productivity, you need to feed the microbes because they must feed the animal, right? And all of these things, how you feed them, you give them fermentable carbohydrates. So like your corn is easily fermentable, your molasses. You give it the multi-nutrient block. You give it the tree forages or tree foliage. Tell me the most popular tree foliage in Jamaica. Don't, eh? Somebody call the right name, Lucina or wild tambourine. Yeah, man. Wild tambourine has over 21% crude protein. And you know the good thing about it? It has something called bypass protein because of the tannins. So you know that thing when you're drinking tea, and like if you decide not to put any sugar in the tea, it kind of have like a bitter taste to it, and you might feel something against your teeth. That's called tannins. Now, tannins are the natural defenses of a plant. So what it does, it protects the protein, and it bypasses, it's somewhat resistant to the microbial breakdown. And it's not until it reaches the small intestine that this now becomes available to the animal. So it's a good thing, right? And then now, you have nutrients specific for the animals. That's where you have your amino acids and your bypass fat. And these are also supplied by a lot of the forages that you have, right? So, some of the nutrient interventions that we need to have. And Dairy Board has helped with that. You need to provide high quality forages. So I must say, you know, I'm one of those recipients of not just the productivity input relief waiver, so I brought in a lot of equipment under that because I'm considered a manufacturer, but I'm also the benefit of Dairy Board providing some seeds for me for testing. So I give them feedback, and I have an NIR machine where I can tell them, boy, you know, I've done 4 cuts of the Mombasa, and I'm still getting 13% crude protein. That means that this is a forage that has potential here in Jamaica, where we know that sometimes, because of fertilizer costs, we're not always able to fertilize our pastures properly, right? So I'm a testament to that. All right. We also need to have optimal vitamin and mineral balances. And you might say to yourself, say, well, yeah, we know that. There's free choice minerals. But stick a pin in it. Remember I said, a lot of the existing knowledge here in Jamaica is geared specifically towards meat goat production. And the minerals and vitamin mixtures need to be tweaked for dairy goat production. So that's something that we need to consider. All right? So if you're energy deficient, you know, you think, you know, I do nothing. That happened to me enough, you know. When we in college, you know. Let me tell you, I used to go case. I'm used to me good food. I never used to this thing about flash out and bun. Me I say, so poor me. Me go Wilma's, you know. And you have to go, you know, you start wake me up 4:30 in the morning. I used to have Mr. Crawford there telling me, say, I must de-stone pasture. And I must hand milk. Poor me. And then what you come give me is flash out and bun. Or some white rice. We couldn't manage them to something there. So I used to always tired because I used to just eat barely enough to survive. So you see right now, me weigh 175 pounds. You see when me did their case, I 120 me did weigh. See the brother right here, so? Him never have nothing for me. Me did well, maga. So I used to always take naps. So I never used to stay awake in a class and things. See? So it's the same thing for the goats, them, you know. There it is, you're not feeding them enough. You really expect that goat to turn around and give you milk? You're bright and feisty. Protein deficiency also leads to milk quality. Now, I want to say something. A lot of the farmers here, when them talking, them say, why, what's the crude protein of XYZ? That is okay for meat goat production, you know. But you see, when you start talking about dairy goat nutrition, you have to be a little bit more nuanced than that. Now you start talking about amino acids, right? Which is a building block of protein. And then see me mention right there, near infrared spectrometer. So see one here? This measures the light bouncing off of the molecules, organic molecules, and it can tell you exactly what is the nutrient profile of the grass that you're feeding to your animals. So what you're trying to do, the reason why you're going to read it, when you have a nice, pretty pasture with a lot of fobs, you know, all of the legumes, you want to give first preference to the mothers that are lactating, that's giving you the product that you're going to sell. So they get the best quality. And then the animals that get the worst quality are your dry animals. And you did know, which is kind of ironic. Right now, the horse people them get better hay than the goat people them, but it's really the goat people them supposed to get the better hay. You didn't know that? Yeah, kind of ironic, isn't it? Because of the size of a cow, of a goat, they can't eat as much volume as a cow to compensate for low quality forages. So per pound, the amount of nutrition that you need to give that animal is much more. 15 minutes done already? Yeah, look, okay. All right. So the per pound, you need to give that animal so much more. And then on top of it, remember that while that animal is milking, the fetus is pressing against the rumen. So the environment is even less than what it was when she's a dry animal. So that's the reason why you need to give her pound per pound the most nutrient dense material that you possibly can. All right, so water. And I talk about water quality. And see me props them here. One of the things I made just carry it up here for sure, don't it? All right. So we have a water testing kit. And I'm not saying you have to use this one. You can even use a pool testing kit. But, after question I win this? No, this is what I use when I go to my farm consultations. I'm sorry. All right. So this water testing kit, remember what the lady said? What you put in is what you get out. If you can't drink that water, do not give it to the animal. Me repeat that. If you can't drink it, nobody give it to the animal. That means that you need to know the pH, because our good friends at SRC talk about the correlation between pH and bacterial growth. And did you know that chlorine cannot work in a neutral or alkalinic environment? It needs to be acidic. You didn't know that? Yeah, because the chlorine needs to dissociate, right? So you need to test your chlorine. Here's something else you need to test, because some of you have well water. And you have all of that fertilizers running off. You need to test your nitrates and your phosphates. All of those things actually impact the rumen environment. And remember me tell you, if the microbes are not comfortable, they're not going to produce. There's another thing I would tell you too, that sometimes you say to yourself, boy, you're getting NWC water and everything should be good. But the animal's still getting sick and you don't know why. And you put in the vitamins, and the vitamins them have some sugars in them. Some of the vitamins have sugars in them. See the bacteria in the water line, yeah? See me, yeah? Them glad, because you give it food. And then all of a sudden, the so-called clean NWC water is contaminated by bacteria because you've added things in it and you never flush the water line afterwards. And when I come now with my little camera, right here, this is a water line camera, and I see thick biofilm. You know what biofilm is? That slimy thing in your water lines. And then you're wondering, the animal is sick, and the doctor prescribed, boy, add some antibiotics in the water, and you're wondering why it's not working. It's not working because the bacteria in the water line killing off everything, or using up all that antibiotics. Right? So water is important. All right. So You need a combination of forages and grains. And then normally I would tell you, when I'm talking about meat goat nutrition, I say, boy, the concentrate feed is a supplement. You know, and it's not all the time you need to give it. Only dire times or like young kids and so on. But the opposite is true for dairy animals, the dairy goat. Most of the time you do need some form of concentrate because of their requirement, the high requirement, right? The only set that would not need it would be the dry yearling, the one that's not producing any milk as yet, right? Another thing I should say to you, you need to watch how shapely your girls are. So if you have about 20 animals, make sure you touch them every single week. So you see, if you have feel rib and bone, that's about 2, like a 1.52. In fact, you're not supposed to have any ones. The ones is when they look really emaciated, the stomach sucking, and you see the bones. You're not supposed to have any ones in a dairy. But you might have a 2, because if they're producing a lot of milk, they draw down on the fat. If you have a 2, by the time she's ready to kid, you need to start moving her up to a 3, a 3.5. And if you have a 4, nobody care no more, because you're ready to have pregnancy toxemia, right? So one way to do that, you need to have the grains and the forages working together. And then we'll just, but if you give them too much grains, you might kill off the animals, so you have to be very careful. And just like for meat goats, you need to give the grains in the afternoon. You don't want to have rumen acidosis. Or if you're going to give the concentrates in the morning, at least combine it with the forages, so you have some bulk. And remember, if you're going to move from a low quality to a high quality diet, you need to do it slowly. Or if you're changing from one feed company to the next. All right? You have bypass protein. I touched on it briefly. Basically, you see with dairy animals, they have specific amino acid requirements. Lysine, methionine affects milk production. And what you're trying to do is, all right, the problem is, if you just feed everything to the rumen and it doesn't bypass the rumen microbes are going to break down everything, and it doesn't care how much methionine or lysine you get. All of the amino acids will be the same, regardless of stage of production. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to protect some of that protein so that it meets the specific requirements of the animal itself, not just the microbes in the rumen, right? And then some of the trees, you guys know it already, Lucina, the Gliricidia, the mulberry, what else? Somebody talk about bread nut, what else? Huh? Trichantera, what else? Moringa, yes. Basida, yeah, quick stick, so the Gliricidia, quick stick. All of these, you should be using, the proportion you should be using is much higher, right? Because the diet, and I kind of, all right, so these amino acids, I talked about it a little. But, by the way, if you're going to get those amino acids, you have to make sure, so the money where you're getting for your milk, which Mir says $4,000 a litre, for true? You know what I say? But anyway, it seems as if the cost-benefit analysis is there. Because if it's $4,000 you're getting, you can pay for the rumen-protected amino acids. And then for the same thing for bypass fats, you'll complex it, you know, when they're producing a lot of milk, they need the extra energy. And that's where the bypass fat comes in. It doesn't get broken down in the rumen. And how them do it, them just mix it in with the calcium. But anyway. All right. So see some tips here. At this part I did want. So anybody want here, the scientific part, is this part I want. My recommendation, early lactation, high energy. These are the animals that should be getting the best, especially your first time milkers, because they're still growing. So in addition to meeting the lactation needs that you have, they are still growing, right? So you need to give them as much energy as possible. Mid-lactation, you can still give them, but you should maintain. You don't want them to get too fat, because by this time you start thinking about the next cycle when you're going to put her out to the buck, all that type of thing. Late gestation and the dry off period, she start putting on back the weight because the demand on her body isn't as much, and you really don't want to overfeed her at this stage, right? All right. So here's a practical example. Hopefully they're going to send this to you. So this is how much forage you're going to need. But, you know, even though I give you some weights here, this is where your weight tape and your weight scale comes in handy. You need to be feeding according to the weight of the animal. You're not going to just dash some feed on the animal. So, or just because Dr. Denny tell you 1.2, you're going to feed 1.2. No. It's 3 to 6% of the weight of the animal you must give them in feed. All right? And you can't know the 3 to 6% if you don't know the weight of the animal. That's why you need to get the RADA record-keeping book, so you keep track of your weight of your animals. All right? Pearson square. All right. Here's the next thing. So we're used to feeding the regular molasses, right? But you can enhance that molasses for the dairy goats. You do it through sulfate of ammonia. I have it as ammonium sulfate here, or urea. But may I beg you, make sure say if you use urea, it dissolves properly. One time I was at Bodles making multi-nutrient block, and there was a section that never dissolved properly. And the poor animal, about 3 of them lose from urea poisoning. It's the most heartbreaking thing in the world to know that you've killed an animal because you never did something properly. All right? So you have to make sure you dissolve it properly. And you know that hay, that not so great as the horse people hay, you can improve that, the quality of that hay that you're giving to your dairy animals by mixing it in with this enhanced molasses. All right. So remember I told you that dairy board gives you some grass seeds sometimes. Or you can go to like St. Jago Farm Supply and Inter Alia Seed Company to get the Mombasa, the Cayman, that type of thing. And you have different stages in which you're going to feed it out. So stage 1, don't feed it out. You'll get nitrate poisoning. Stage 2 and 3, you can do for silage production. Stage 4 is for hay production. And boy, dog, yam your supper if you reach a stage 5. But you can add some molasses to it and kind of fluff it up. But you can't afford to waste grass. All right. So forages is the foundation of rumen health. You're going to get this. If you don't hear me talk already, Mr. Bernard always interviewing me. I'll talk about the benefits of silage. And here, I won't bore you right here, because you have some mixed audience right here. They're not business about nutrition. People from public health, they're not business, unless they want to get a little goat for themselves. Right? All right. So, in summary, milk yield and quality depends on I don't hear on I can't read it, you know. On hear them better than for me own. No look on the 4 eyes them. What? Balance energy and protein supply. Why? What you put in is what you get out. Remember, you know, I don't know if you know this. Remember, you know, you hear them talk about lactose. What is lactose? Sugar. So all of that forages, starch, the glucose, all of the different carbohydrates get broken down, and it enables the animals to produce the lactose that you get in the milk, right? You need to ensure that you have minerals and water, because remember that milk have minerals in it too, you know. All of those glorious properties, they're exposing about the benefits of yogurt. You won't get the benefit of yogurt if you're not giving the animals proper minerals. All right? And you need to have efficient milking techniques. So the public health people spoke about it. You know, you need to wash your hands. You have to make sure that the others don't get any bacteria going up in it. And next thing you see, you have mastitis. And you have to be calling Dr. Giles or Dr. Young or Dr. Graham over there. So if you say, boy, that the milk now, the breast swell up big, big, big. And when we touch it, it's hot. And then when them look, you have mastitis. Right? All right, and then proper amino acids and trace minerals are the key. All right? And then, of course, if you integrate proper nutrition in every single thing you do, please, may I tell you now, if I want to love go up on the internet, I want to read a few things, and instantly I'm a nutritionist. I must stop it. Why you won't call me? Eh? You don't have my number? No worry, man. You soon get it afterwards. All right, then. Thank you, guys. I really enjoyed my time here. I hope you learned something. And even if you never learn nothing, no worry, you'll get the presentation afterwards. And you see, like also, I love go up on the internet and research. When you can research, what may I say? And then if you don't want a more detailed discussion of nutrition, we can organize something. All right? Thank you very much. Any questions? Only can clap, man. All right, any questions? A shy on the shy? Are me did poor or no? Are hungry or no hungry? Hungry or no hungry? Someone mustn't feel insulted then? No, only to learn something? Wait there, hold on there. Somebody have a question. Thank God. She takes you out of me eye.
I'm going to be doing goats for the first time. Should I start with the regular native goats?
Yeah, so she's doing goats for the first time. Yes, I would recommend that you start with the native goats because they're a little bit more forgiving. I know Mr. Bernard spoke about the Kiko, that they're very robust. You can start with them also. But Kiko, K-I-K-O. Yeah, but the native goats, start with them first. It's just like me. I'm doing silage and hair production. Me start off small, you know. You see, every single thing me learn per 14-acre piece of land before me go to me 200 acres. And me can tell you, me have one presentation where me talk about the mistakes I have made. Yeah, man, I want small piece of, that's too small, man. Trust me, well small. It can't, to justify the equipment for me buy, it can't sustain it. But the mistakes that I have made and I have learned from are invaluable. And sometimes, this is a little bit of free advice and nothing to do with nutrition. Sometimes we are so eager to start a business that we just go hard. You know the word about go hard and done? No. Slow and steady wins the race. You must be the tortoise and not the hare. And you need to start, if it's the first time you're doing something, start with something that's a little bit more forgiving. And that's why I like the native goats. Any other question? No? Yeah, that's why I like the native grass too. Yes. I'm a big fan of the guinea grass. Everybody always knock it. But you know, the Mombasa is just an upgraded version of the guinea grass. In what? There, oh, no, I mean, you know, the best person to talk to is see Ruby there, Gigi, Dr. Young, Dr. Graham over there, so. I wouldn't know about the animals part, you know. Even though I'm an animal nutritionist, me smart. Me know say me have a deep pocket, so me stay in my lane. Anything else? The food, right? Me smell food. Yes. Me smell food. The belly a rumble. The blood a come down from the brain into the stomach.
What's the best natural way of making like amino acid or
All right, so the question is, what's the best natural way to get them the amino acids? Now, it has to be a protected amino acid. So what you can do, then you can probably have a discussion afterwards, or I can point you to the right direction, like overseas, and you import it. You need what's called rumen protected amino acids. So these amino acids are coated, right? Another way is both feed companies, they have some ingredients that have bypass protein. But remember this, I think nutrients have a dairy ration, you know, I'm not sure. But you have to make sure that it's a dairy formula, right? What I would recommend is a group of farmers come together, have a customized feed formulation, and then go to either the companies and say, boy, we want a custom formula, and we're prepared to order at any given time 5 metric tons, which is the minimum quantity you need to order for a customized formula. Yeah. Okay. All right. So me just get my walk-in papers. You see, Madam Althea couldn't tell me anything, you know, come and turn me back to her. You see how me bad? All right, thank you guys. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Tanika O'Connor-Denny. Absolutely fantastic presentation. We thank her so very much for that. And of course, there's so much that, I don't know about you, I'm not a goat farmer, but there's so much that I have learned here today that I feel like I want to go into goat farming. Trevor Bernard, you hear that? All right, there we go. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together once again for Dr. Tanika O'Connor-Denny. Never a dull moment in agriculture at all. There's always something to learn, something to do, something to be a part of, because we all eat all the time. And I hear people talk all the time that curried goat should be the national dish, but then what happened to the other things that we eat? Everything that we eat in this country, tastes good, because there's just something about our soil and something about the way that our food is prepared that is absolutely amazing. Put your hands together for the Jamaica Dairy Development Board and the work that they are doing to help us put good food on our table. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are now preparing to take our lunch break. And so we'll have other presentations after lunch, but before we take that break, let me just acknowledge our list of exhibitors: the Jamaica Dairy Development Board, World University Service of Canada, WUSC, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, Parks Department, Outland Herders, Cabra Ranch, Trinjan Farm, Ruby Goat Dairy, GG, Bowdler's Research Station, RADA Manchester, the Monique College, Farm and Animal Nutrition Solution, Small Ruminant Association of Jamaica, Ebony Park Heart Academy, and there's something else that we should tell you. JN Small Business Loans, they are here, and so you can inquire about how it is that you go about accessing financing. Put your hands together for them and for all of our exhibitors who have made it here today. All right, so I don't eat a meal without saying grace. Sometimes you're so hungry that all you can do is lock your eye and say, thank you, Lord. But it's still grace. It is still giving thanks. And so, can we stand, please? Because you're going to be walking anyway. And so, Lord, we give you thanks for the blessings of this day. Thank you so very much for the food that has been provided for us. Bless it to our bodies in and through your name. Amen. All right, so you can have a seat. Do you remember what my instructions were? This table here, you're not going to move. And I think there's another table over there, table 6, that is not going to move. But everyone else is going to have to get up, do a little bit of walking. May I see the hands of the vegetarians once again? If you are a vegetarian, make your way to the back at the serving station there so you can get your meal. So we're going to start with our vegetarians, and then we are going to move to the other tables. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, throughout this lunch break, you can network. I would imagine that you have been getting to know the people at your table. All right, so you are a little bit more informed than I am in terms of how lunch is going to go. You have tickets, right? You have been issued with a ticket. If you have not been issued with a ticket, you should get a ticket, other than the vegetarians. Do you all have your tickets? All right, very good. So once the vegetarians have had their lunch, you then just go up to the front and collect your lunch. But I want to still maintain some form of order, so can we start at the back and come down to the front? That makes sense. Does that make sense? All right, great.
Hear our voice, O God, today in our prayer, and accept our thanksgiving. Father, we thank thee for all that you have done and for what you're doing now. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah. The Lord is thy shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He restoreth my soul. Splashing, dashing, restless sea. Never still you seem to be. Sometimes happy, sometimes sad. Sometimes lovers over your head. Splashing, dashing, restless sea. Never still you seem to be. Sometimes happy, sometimes sad. Sometimes lovers over your head. Little children love your way. The one who will save you. Love to watch you doing. In the time of heaven, seem to be some. tell you why.
125, huh? Or half inch subside.
out to them if you have questions, how it is that you can access their products and services. So that's what we're going to be doing. And then when we have completed that, we will go right into the other session. By that time, everyone should have had their meal. I'm going to allow the WUSC team to have their lunch while I move on to other areas. All right, so let me come over here. This is some very fancy packaging I'm seeing in terms of soap. Them are so pretty, God. These soaps are so pretty. The packaging is lovely. All right, so let me... Oh, but it looks good too. Yes, and it smells good. All right, Ms. Gina, tell me a little bit about your business.
My name's Gigi, and I run a goat farm in Clarendon. We make handmade goat nuts.
All right, no problem. It's a smart idea to people get to feel what the soap feels like on the, it smells luxurious. It just smells really good. What got you interested in going into this line of business?
We had a lot of goat milk, and we were trying around with lots of different things like caramel and ice cream and the soap, and we realised it has amazing properties for the skin. People really love the recipe that we formulated, so we use very high-end products. So the ingredients, the majority of them we try to source in Jamaica, Jamaican brown sugar, Jamaican coconut oil, Jamaican castor oil, sea salt, other things, shipped with the essential oils, with the quality, so it has a monotherapy benefit, also has holistic benefits for those oils. It's wonderful for psoriasis, acne, dark spots, a bit of fine lines and wrinkles.
Well, this is good, and of course the packaging is absolutely fantastic, so I expect you to continue to do well.
Thank you very much.
Take care, Gina. All right, the ladies here are eating from Trinjam Farm. All right. Good afternoon. Tell me a little bit about what Trinjam Farm has on offer.
Hi. Trinjam has soaps, a few soaps. We do lotions from time to time, but we don't have any on displays. Today, we have goat milks, we have cheeses, different flavor cheeses, and we have fruits.
And of course, a little bit later on, we're going to be doing some taste testing.
Definitely.
People be able to buy from you today? Yes? Baby? So Gabby says, baby.
We might not have enough, but we are located in the supermarkets, Island.
What's your name?
Giovanna.
Giovanna, thank you so very much. All right, so let us move on. We have JN Small Business Loans on location. Which one of you ladies is going to talk to me? All right, so you're writing, so let me come around to the one who looked like she don't want to talk to me. Who is looking so shy? What's your name?
My name is Chanel McLean.
So tell me about this association with the Jamaica Dairy Development Board and how it is that you can assist farmers.
Okay, so currently we have agriculture loan that starts from 15% to 20%.
Stand up a little because I'm losing sound. Come to me. Because I'm not hearing you at all, and I want everybody to hear what you're saying. All right, go ahead now.
All right, so currently we have agriculture loan going from 15% to 20%, starting at 200,000 to 1.5. So farmers that farms yam, carrots, cash crops can access this.
Of course, I'm certain that you're working on something with the Jamaica Dairy Development Board as well.
Yes, we have BBJ loans going up to $15 million.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that, and the farmers should be happy to hear that. Of course, when they come to you, they'll give them the criteria to qualify for the loan.
Yes.
Right. Thank you so very much. All right, Dr. Tanika. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you so much.
I like the name of your company, thanks. Farm and Animal Nutrition Solutions Limited. What are some of the solutions that you have and what brought you to this place where you decided to do this?
Well, I'm an animal nutritionist, and before forming my own company, I worked with the government and private sector, and I knew some of the pain points the farmers had. And now that I have my own farm, I recognize that there are other pain points that we need to find solutions for. So that's what I do basically. But I identify a need and try to fill that gap as much as possible. And how I came up with the name, I'm a fan of agriculture, so I had to make sure that the name spelled out, or it created the acronym FANS.
It is absolutely fantastic. And as I look on the table, I am seeing different solutions that you have, whether it is products that the farmers can use or equipment that you use to do the testing. Can they come to you for that? How does your organization work?
Yes, they can come to us. They can also contact us, and then we send them instructions on to how to sample their pastures. They'll send the grass samples to us, and we will give them a complete nutrient profile of their grass, and then based on that, we give them advice as to how to feed the animals from it.
And how do people get in touch with you?
Well, they can go on our website, which is farmandanimalnutritionsolutions.com, or they can WhatsApp us or call us at 876-340-3525.
Thank you. Phenomenal woman. Thank you. All right, so let us move over now. We're gonna run, come quick. All right, so this is what now? Premier. Oh, this is. All right, so first of all, give me your name.
I'm Kenrick Wilson.
All right, what is this machine?
A shaft cutter. So this is cut grass for the goats to feed. And a lot of people, they will cut the grass and they will use molasses or other things, the mixture. They will use it with what do they call it again? So they mix it up, they mix it, it's find the grass and they mix it up, they feed it to the goat.
Right, which means that nothing is going to waste.
Nothing is going to waste. And then in addition to that though, right, we have the flooring, right? So the flooring, right, easily wash up.
So the flooring for those houses that you have for the goats and pigs.
We also have the water. In addition to that, we supply solar lightings for the boats. We supply for the boat farms, the solar lightings, and also the solar system.
Excellent. And how can people get in touch with you?
A lot, quite a bit, all over the 14 parts of Jamaica. We have quite a bit of, we get coming in contact with us because of it. And I can tell you, the shaft cutter, it works excellent. You can buy them elsewhere, but these are one of the best in Jamaica. And one of the best it's also the water up and the flooring.
Thank you so very much. And we're going to move over now to the gentleman with the craft. And they're looking fabulous. Just remind us of your name.
Clive Longmore.
Mr. Longmore, why did you decide to go into this line of business? Everybody else is selling goat meat and doing goat cheese and goat milk, but you have decided, let me use the hide.
Well, this business is a self-taught business, and when I left school, I could not find a job, so I made sure I created one for myself.
Excellent. And how long have you been at this?
I could say all my life.
Oh, and do you think it is something that you would encourage young people to get into?
Most definitely, because this is what sustained me financially and otherwise until this day I'm about to retire. So it's a good venture to go into.
And I hope that you have somebody to pass on your legacy. I think I'm too close to the speaker.
Well, I would love if they could...
Come this way, sir. Yes, go ahead now.
What I would love if they could teach it in schools. That would be good. Even from the primary stage, get the children's minds active. And that would be very good.
All right. And are you selling these items here today?
Yes, they are for sale.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I see cross-body bags, I see handbags, I see wallets. So, go into your pockets and support.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. All right. Let's move along now as we get to some of the other displays that are here, and get a sense of what it is that you might be able to leave here with today. as I go over to, who am I to speak with here? Oh, she on the other side. All right, I'll come back. Let me go over to Monique College. This is Amoy. So I'm Amoy Trowers. Right, so I have it right, don't? All right, how you doing, Amoy?
I am fine, thank you.
All right, so tell me what you have on display here.
Today we have on display, we have pickle, chocho pickle, we have papaya jam, June plum pineapple jam, and the Otaiti jam. And where we have June plum sauce, guava sauce, and pineapple sauce. And to my left, I have pumpkin punch, and we have goat cheddar cheese and goat ricotta cheese.
To show off around here. So all of this is being taught at the Monique College?
Yes, this is being taught at the Monique College, where we do a course called Climate Smart Agri-Food Processing.
Right, and how long is the course?
It's a 2-year associate degree.
And you are just on the completing that course?
I am on the final leg.
What has it been like? Because there are other young people in here who might be looking for these kinds of opportunities.
If you are passionate about not wasting fruits and stuff like that, this is the program you would want to join, because it teaches you how to value-added products and stuff like that, and not to waste what we have in Jamaica. For example, you know, when it's mango season or out of eat season, all of that go out of season. But when you come to do this course, it teaches you what byproduct you can make from these fruits.
Right, so will we be able to sample some of your cheese a little bit later on?
No, the cheese is not for sampling because it's just a week old.
Ah, got you. What age does it have to be before we can consume it?
We're carrying up to about 6 months before sampling.
Right, sounds good. Thank you so very much, Amoy.
You're welcome.
Right, take care. And who is this young man?
My name is Kevin Campbell.
And you're in the program as well?
Yes, I'm part of the Climate Smart Agro-Processing course.
And what got you interested in wanting to do this course?
Oh, my passion started at Ebony Park Art Academy, and I decided to continue in the career of agro-food processing at the Monique College.
Certainly sounds good. Thank you both for sharing with us. This is the RADA booth. All right, and what do we have on? Good afternoon, sir. Sorry to disturb you. What do you have on display today?
Okay, so we have agro-processed items. These items were made by persons in Manchester. The Home Economics Officer at RADA does the training, and then when the items are at a certain level, we take them back and we sell them at our agri-mart. So we try to boost productivity with regards to agro-processing.
That's excellent. So the RADA Agri-Mart sells these items. RADA needs to advertise some more that you have these items on sale.
They do. We have one in Kingston on Old Hope Road, one in Montego Bay, and one at the Manchester Parish Office.
Excellent. And so I can just come in with my bag and buy a number of items at the RADA Agri-Mart.
Absolutely. And there is much more there. Kingston has a wide variety as well as Montego Bay.
Thank you so very much. All right, so you may go back to your inquiries. All right, let us move on. We are going to be heading back to stage in just a bit for the rest of the presentations. Good afternoon. I'm good. All right, that's fine. So this is Cabra. Tell me a little bit about your business. What do you have on offer?
Okay, so Cabra Ranch is an agro-tourism destination based in Highgate, St. Mary. Currently, we have for sampling our sweetened condensed milk and our goat milk rum cream.
Goat milk rum cream.
Ma'am.
Were you at Denby last year? Yes. I recall. I think I tasted that rum cream. It's quite good.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Why goat's milk? Why did you decide to go into this line of business?
That's a very interesting question. We actually started doing goat milk soap and lotion just because. And then somebody said, you should look into doing a farm, which I'm like, I'm not a farmer, but let me look into it. And here we are. We figured out, we went through all the learning curve, and we're like, okay, this is a good viable business, so we decided to go into it.
So you see a bright future in it?
Absolutely. We encourage everybody to do it.
How does one get in touch with Cabra Farm?
We are on Instagram, and we're also on Facebook, and it's Cabra Ranch for both of them. or they can just reach out to us directly at 491-5875.
Thank you so very much. All right. And I'm to go back to the table because the lady has arrived. She should have run me down. Right? I don't see why I should walk back to you. I came and you were not there. All right. So tell me about the business that you have here.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. We are representing Sydney Pagan STEM Academy, formerly known as Elam Agricultural High School. So on display here, we have all items that are processed at our school. We have honey, we have dried sorrel, a variety of flour, cassava flour, dasheen flour, and the sweet potato flour, and turmeric powder.
All of these products are made by students?
With the exception of the honey, yes.
The bees make the honey. All right. And how can people get the products to buy?
All right, so currently you can reach out to us at 876-707-3746. 876-707-3746 or 876-995-4045.
4048. And what is funny about this is that when I came earlier, they told me I had to wait for you. But they are sitting over there feeding with the information. So they should have told me before. That's right. Thank you all so very much. All right, so we're going to make our way back down to the bottom of the room. Sure, let us go over to this side. We don't want to leave anyone out, so we're heading in this direction. Lady says, follow back at me, so I'm following back at her. All right. All right, so there's a play area.
Yes. So this is what we call the Tiny Tots Kit. We do realize that with a lot of persons who are involved in agriculture, they have the burden of care, especially women. And we have men who come to sessions with their children. So we don't want them to come and not be able to participate because they're too encumbered with keeping the baby quiet and, making sure they're not running up and down. So we have developed a Tiny Tots Kit, which is a play mat and toys that will keep children occupied to allow their parents to fully participate in the initiative. So it's something that we've done as WUSC Caribbean, and we are encouraging as many of our counterparts, government entities and others, to consider as we engage with farmers, and we know that the care economy is real, and it is something that women and men have to do. Ensure that nobody gets left behind by simply making a small investment to ensure that the children are properly cared for and their attention is kept while mommy, daddy, grandma, whoever is able to participate in training.
All right, thank you so very much. This is very good. It's a wonderful idea. Fully occupied over there, and you don't have to worry. Does the system come with the caregiver?
No. But what happens is that there are normally enough persons who can keep an eye to ensure that mommy. And see what she did was she just she
can relaxing.
Yes, so she's still able to listen, participate, but she has her eye on her toddler.
Bless you. Thank you so very much. I'm glad you brought me over here. All right, so we're heading back to the stage. I think just one more stop because one of the other tables down there is actually going to be doing a presentation. In fact, no more stops because that table down there at the end is the customer service table from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. So let us, and of course we're going to be hearing from your team. In just a bit, you're going to be doing a presentation. So we'll hear you when you get to stage. But for those individuals who want to get in touch with the ministry, how do they do that?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So we're from the customer service branch. So you can call the ministry or you can send an email to customer service at moa.gov.jm. And we're on all the social media pages, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, now X. And I just want to say, all of the dairy and livestock farmers, we would love to speak with you today, so you can come on over to our table. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Bless you. And of course, we are heading back to stage now. That's exactly what you're going to be doing to move on to our next presentation. And of course, we want to thank you so very much. You have been very, very attentive. So I'm going to make my way up to the stage as we get ready for the next session. We're going to try to see how quickly we can. We're going to try to see how quickly we can get. You're welcome. How quickly we can get through this session. All right, so let us head back to stage and tell you what else we have lined up for you. Lots of information still to share. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all thank our list of exhibitors, the Jamaica Dairy Development Board, the World University Service of Canada, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, Parts Department, Outland Herders, Cabra Ranch, Trinjam Farm, Ruby Goat Dairy, GG, Boulders Research Station, RADA Manchester, the Monique College, Farm and Animal Nutrition Solutions, FANS, Small Ruminant Association of Jamaica, the Ebony Park Heart Academy, and JN Small Business Loans, all of them represented here this afternoon for what has turned out to be an absolutely fantastic session. So, ladies and gentlemen, having been fed, are you ready for part 2? Yes, I think we are ready for part 2. And so, I don't see enough of you in your seats, though. Can we invite those individuals who are on the outside to make your way back inside? I doubt very much that it is that people have left. I know that you have just taken a little bit of a step outside. So we're inviting you to come back inside and get into your seats so we can get the rest of the afternoon session underway. I'm reminded that there are people who traveled far to get here, and so we want to get them out of here in good time, early enough for them to be able to make their way back home before dark. All right, I know that whoever that vehicle belongs to will sort it out in just a bit. There we go. All right, so can we get back to our seats, make our way back to where it is that we are going to be listening to the rest of this session from. We don't want our overseas guests to get on stage and there aren't enough of you in the room to pay attention to what they have to say, so can we invite people back inside? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? No, sir. You all ate, right? Let me see the hands of all the people who ate a meal just now. You see, it's only your hand up, so nobody else ate, you know. You saw that bad? All right, so I'm seeing some hands. So are we ready for this session? Students from CASE, are you ready? Nakalva, are you ready? Monique College, are you ready? Yes, we have to get our young people engaged and involved in what is going on. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to now invite to come and address us Mr. Mike Johnson from Parts Department Limited. And yes, that is the actual name of the business. Parts Department Limited. Makes a whole lot of sense. He's going to come up and talk about goat dairy equipment. And you'll understand when he gives the information why the organization is thus named. Put your hands together and give him a warm, wonderful Jamaican welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm actually Greg Johnson. My dad is Mike over there, so he's letting me do the public speaking. So we're really happy to be working with the Dairy Development Board. They are an extremely hard-working group of men and women, really committed to pushing this forward and developing the goat farming and the cottage farming. So if you can, please, a round of applause for them. They've been extremely, welcoming and hardworking. So I wanted to give a little background about our company and what we do and kind of why we're here. So about 30 years ago, our family started this business. We focused solely on cow milking equipment. We started to see goat milking show up a little bit more and realized this is really something we should be focusing on. So there was no dedicated equipment for goat milking. So we started to develop it and take a lot of the tried and true cow milking equipment and develop that into goat milking. Oh, sorry. Thank you. So in the beginning, we had maybe a few farmers that were doing goat milking. The cow farmers laughed at us. They said, this is never going to go anywhere. But we kept at it, and we kept developing better systems and better equipment for them. And as of this year, I believe we have 10,000 goat farmers in the U.S., all ranging from 1 to 2 goats up to hundreds of goats. So we like to say, who's laughing now? During our time here, we visited several farms. Some of the people that we visited are actually in the crowd today. We've gotten to see all sorts of different equipment, and we recognize pretty much all of it, which is a good thing. We've also gotten to see a lot of our cooling tanks have made their ways onto the farms, and we've really gotten to see the impact of that and how life has improved, the quality of milk has improved, and that's really touching. It really is something when you get to see your final product and how it improves someone's life and how it improves what they're building towards. And we're really, really happy about that. We also saw some of the farms that are facing different challenges, that don't have power, that don't have access to everything that other farms do. So we're going to put our expertise in designing goat milking equipment towards that. So now we get to come up with different solar-powered options, and we want to make it so that if you want to milk goats, you have the proper equipment to do so, and then you can put out a final product that is high quality and you can get the best money for it. So you've all heard about the cooling tanks. You've all probably heard about the programs that you can lease them through the Dairy Development Board. We are supplying all of those, and we have pasteurizers. We have a lot of different cheese making equipment, yogurt making equipment. We actually even still have some parts for the older tanks. I believe we were at Miss Annette's farm, was it yesterday? She has an old bulk tank that she can't find parts for, and we walked into her milk room and immediately said, yeah, we can get exactly that for her. So she was extremely pleased. So as far as we're concerned in the U.S., we've seen an explosion of goat farming and what it can really do in our own markets. And looking around and kind of seeing it develop, we can see the future side of this and how Jamaica goat farmers are going to trailblaze this whole operation. The few of you that are starting, that are making that leap to really get it going, 5 years from now will probably be the norm. It seems out of place right now, but you will probably be the norm, and there'll probably be a lot more goat farmers, which we're very excited about, and we're really happy to supply that equipment to you so that you can get the best product from your goats. So I just wanted to say that from what I've seen and the support from the Dairy Board and everyone that has kind of spoken before me, the farmers here truly are set up for success. Just everyone that I've heard come up here speaks with such passion, and you can tell that they are pushing just as hard as you are to make this work, to really get you the best possible outcome. And we're excited. We really are. It's great to see people in that industry moving forward, and we're excited to see where you go. We really want to see this work, and we're happy to provide anything you need to make it happen. So thank you very much for your time.
Welcome. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Put your hands together for him once again, and make sure that you go over and have the conversation with them
before they get out of here, so you maintain the contact. Once you have received their contact information, then you need to speak with your ministry representatives or your RADA representatives to find out how it is that you can access the parts that they have or the equipment that they have. Put your hands together for them once again. All right, and so ladies and gentlemen, we're moving along. We are now going to invite the chairman of the Jamaica Dairy Development Board, Dr. Derek Deslandis. I believe he's somewhere on the outside. Can somebody get Doc into this room for me? Yes, I see him heading my way. Put your hands together for him. He is also the president of the College of Agriculture, Science and Education case. So where's the applause? Yes, put your hands together for him. Doc is a very important man to the Dairy Development Board, you know. Put your hands together for him as he comes, and he is going to be leading this afternoon's panel discussion. You know, I don't know. You all ate, right? They don't clap like you don't eat now.
Afternoon. All right, good afternoon. The room looks very scanty. So can we invite the one person outside to come inside, please? Let us show some respect to the wonderful ladies we have leading the sector. It is probably the only subsector of agriculture led by women. Believe it or not. So can you just come in, please? Now, we're going to have a panel discussion. And I want to invite, but they know the name, right? Right out here? But let me, I'm a kind of slightly blind man, you know, so let me invite, boy, trust me, the glass thing are working. Okay. Dr. Young, where are you, madam? But Gabby, you say you must come up here, so you hide around the corner on the side. Gigi. Come this way, miss. Miss Ruby, where's Miss Ruby? Come, Miss Ruby. Outland Herders. Outland Herders. No, not your wife, boss. No, you sit down right here, sir. Ladies, time to shine. And madam, thank you, Judy. Okay, and from JDDB, no chair. Oh, we can't fit everybody there? No, Gigi, need that chair for yourself. You can't find a comfortable chair for her to sit down.
It's coming.
That chair they don't, Gigi.
Just.
That chair not too comfortable at all. You know when you fall and not that. It's good to not be happy. All right. Why are these ladies here? You know who these ladies are? For those in the goat industry, you should know who these ladies are. What are these ladies? These are the leaders in the goat milk industry. Now, I don't want you to just clap. I want you to stand up and clap them. Can you stand up, please? And I want you to clap them. Over the years, Jamaicans, we tend to ignore the contribution of women in the farming agriculture industry. And women have been quiet. I mean, back in my day, my stepfather used to go and plant, and my mother used to go to the furniture market and sell. So it was a team, and that still happens even today. But today we're going to talk about a very special case. We want to understand, for example, because goat milk is, the demand for goat milk is on the rise globally. And Jamaica is no different. And there are many of us who grew up, well, not me, I don't like milk, goat milk. I never liked it when I was growing up. Now I like it, but when I was growing up, But I know my sister used to go and milk the goat and drink the milk. The question is that, why have they decided to go this route? What has brought them to this space? So I'm going to ask each of them to give a brief synopsis of what drove them in this direction. Because essentially, this is virgin territory. As an industry, we have goat meat, we have the breeding market, but the goat milk is fledgling. But it represents the area with the greatest potential, especially for the value-added components of it. So I want to take the time, so, wait, we're on there. Okay, so, Trudy, you want to start us? Well, all right. The question is, what led you into this industry? Why did you start? What was your motivation? We want to understand.
Okay, so my motivation was actually from childhood. I always, my dad had a really small farm. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. We had a small farm in Tobago where we had goat and sheep. And I've always liked goat and sheep. Plus they're my size. They're not big. So that's why I like them. And it has always been a dream of mine. Even when I went to school, that's what I focused on. When I did to do residencies, further studies, it's always something I focused on. It's because it's just a dream I've always had. So I had a dream.
Mine was not a dream. I happened upon this, randomly making goat milk soap and lotion, and somebody, actually my brother, encouraged us to do some research about coming back to Jamaica and open a dairy goat farm, which I immediately said, absolutely not. I'm corporate America. I don't touch dirt unless I fall down. And but after years of research, we looked into it, figured out it was a viable industry, and here we are. I'm loving it.
From a straight business. Absolutely. So Dr. Young was from passion and love. But you're straight, but then she has converted to a business as well. Yes. So I kind of want to go back here a little bit, Dr. Young. What is it that, when did you make that transition? When did you convert that passion and love to business?
That's a great question, but throughout my whole life, every passion I've had has become a business. It's something I've always done. My mom will always tell people who, my mom came to NB last year and she said to people, they said, oh, your daughter's a great salesperson. And she said from 6 years old, she was selling avocados and mangoes on the side of the street. In our rural area where we grew up, I'd set up a little tarpaulin tent and I would sell mangoes and avocados. So I believe business, and I don't know if I'm half Chinese, is that in my blood, but I've always partnered businesses with whatever I love to do. I'm always trying to buy and sell something. I don't know why.
All right, Ms. Ruby, talk to us about why it is, what brought you into this industry.
So I'm just looking out at all of you and remembering a comment that my husband, Byron Walker, who some of you know, made a few years ago. He said, you know, if we start an industry here, that will be our biggest gift to Jamaica. 12 years ago, I looked around and saw a lot of goats, and I'd go to the store, and there was no goat milk and no goat cheese. And I couldn't understand it. And then I read a book about a man in the United States who did something similar and started his own goat milk business and goat cheese. And I read this book and I thought, maybe I could do that. So 12 years ago, I started milking Mr. Bell's 2 goats, making cheese, and then ran around like a crazy woman trying to find someone who would buy those 2 little containers of goat cheese from me. And then it evolved to all of us now doing this. And our business is 12 years old this year. And it came out of just looking around and seeing goats and seeing no goat milk and goat cheese in the store. I knew nothing about goats. I knew nothing about cheese. I knew nothing about running an independent business. I had run nursing businesses, but not retail and all the things that all of us deal with. So it's become a passion. I do love goats now. And it continues to be a wonderful experience. And especially the people that I've met, both as customers and colleagues. That's the origin.
And what's your name? Christina. Okay, go ahead, Christina, from Outland Herders.
Right.
Okay.
My name is Christina Boudou. I'm from Outland Herders. I'm co-founder along with my husband over there in the shadows. And we primarily make cow's milk cheeses, but we are very interested in dabbling, and we have made some goat's milk cheese along with partnering here with Ruth. And just as Ruth said, we got into it knowing nothing about cheese making. I guess as Jamaicans, the closest thing we knew to as cheese was Tasty Cheese or whatever commercial cheese was in the supermarket, and we failed a lot in the start there. We're 6 years old this year, and we started out as college students, really from a love of food, and my husband and I really want to see Jamaica grow, and we want to be a part of that, and we were very aware of that as young college students. And I think it just happened one day. We were in the supermarket and my husband said to me, "Let's make cheese," and I said yes. And it was as simple as that. We knew right away that that was what we wanted to do, and with the journey has been very, very rewarding. Lots and lots of hard work, but the reward far surpasses any sort of downfalls, failures, hard work, or anything that might stand in our way. And really and truly, we love it so much that no obstacle even feels like an obstacle. It just feels like just another thing, just another day, something to overcome and move on and reap the rewards. So yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Gigi?
Good afternoon. My name is Gigi from Gigi's Goats Galore. We're based in Clarendon. I come into the milk market from a position of love. I absolutely love my goats, and it was just a natural progression into milking them. I also breed dogs as well. So we started off selling milk to dog breeders, and then we tried some value-added products. We made caramel and ice cream and soap. And we just formulated an amazing soap recipe that's very luxurious, and we've just rolled with it. We get some wonderful feedback, and we're just enjoying the journey. And I would just like to say a big thank you to Miss Mackey, who has encouraged me from day one and really helped me. Trinjam especially as well. Judy, Ruth, I've only met you today, but I'm sure we're going to get on great. So I just want to say thanks to everybody. I really appreciate it. And Mr. Bernard as well has been super encouraging on the milk journey. So thank you. From Clarendon.
All right, Miss Mack, what do you?
Well, I'm not a goat farmer, but I am a regulatory agency. So I am the dairy technologist within the Jamaica Dairy Development Board. And I look at the market potential of what goat milk and other dairy goat cheese can have, the impact that it has on the economy. And at the same time, Gigi, she has a large network of farmers. So whatever farmer she have, she always said to me that, you know, farmers want to go into goat milk and so forth. So I would call Ruth, that is Ruby, and then we would do the networking. Ruby said, okay, dear board, I don't know anything much about those individuals. So what we would do, we would go to the farms, we do training, and we take milk samples to the Bureau of Standard so that we can look at the whole milk quality. So that is one of the main things that I did with them. So we always work to farm networking.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
Okay.
but it's important to note that the ladies are networking. And one of the biggest setbacks among Jamaican farmers, and Alvin Murray, where's Alvin Murray? Is our unwillingness to work as we cannot see ourselves as competition. But put everybody in Jamaica together, they're too small to compete with anybody outside Jamaica. So it really is about working together to achieve a bigger goal. Now I want to ask ladies, your thoughts about the opportunities and some of the challenges that you have had. That you see, not what you have had before, but what you see coming up, both the opportunities and the challenges that you see coming up that may affect the goat milk industry. I'm not sure anybody can answer it. Trudy, have the mic. Go ahead.
Okay, so upcoming challenges for the market?
What do you see as some of the opportunities, but also the challenges within the industry?
Okay, so opportunities are pretty much endless because we're just starting this market. So it's a matter of really stemming into the challenge is educating everybody about goat milk and the value and the benefits and the health benefits of goat milk. So, and then another challenge is probably going to be the price point, but we'll work on that.
Right, because that was an issue I had a discussion earlier, and the whole matter of pricing, because as a fledgling industry, prices are basically market driven. It's not regulated in that sense. And it's really a function of supply and demand. And I think part of what probably would need to happen is that you have to build volumes. Because if you don't have volumes, you can't really offer a lower price. So I think it's something that maybe as a network have to look at how we build. Because a critical part of this model has to be, because not every farmer wants to be a milk producer. Most farmers just want to, in fact, if you could milk the goat for them, they'll be happy. You milk the goat and pay them and they're good. So the question is that how do you build that network within your space so that other farmers can benefit? Because the reality of goat milk, which I'm sure you can attest to, is that it brings in daily revenue. If you're a meat goat farmer breed, you wait months, years in some cases to earn some revenue. So you have to finance that operation. But if you're doing milk, you just have to ensure that the goats breed, right? And produce a kid, and of course, you're getting daily revenue. So that's something that we need to encourage and build on. Anybody else want to comment on those challenges? Ruby, you want to say anything? Or Christine?
Well, I think we're all going to agree on a lot of the same issues, so I'll try to say two other ones. 2 Ds, drought and distribution. It's very hard to distribute stuff around this country economically.
And that is to the retail outlets? Wholesale retail?
Or to individuals, or a restaurant, or whoever, or to each other.
Okay.
It's very expensive.
And how have you worked to solve that problem?
Excuse me?
How have you worked to solve that problem?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
How have you worked to solve that problem?
Not well. That's why we don't make any money. We're spending it all on moving milk around.
Yeah.
It's very hard.
It's really fun. Well, it's not funny. It's fortuitous that Ruby said distribution, because when we were driving up here, I was quarreling on the whole way up, halfway up, because of the roads. And I said, and this is not political,
yes.
I said, if anybody had to drive these, my back is hurting me, my belly hurting me, every part of me hurting me, right? Because we're there boom, 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 all over the place, right? And again, when you talk about products which are perishable, and you know, freezer trucks are not made to drive on out back, you know. So I see we're going to have a big problem with distribution, as you said. That's one of your biggest costs. So how do we overcome that? What we did is we have our cluster within walking distance of us.
Yes.
Right? So my whole cluster with my milk farmers basically can walk to the farm within 5 minutes, right? So it's a set of neighboring farms right around me. So that's how we deal with that. So we don't have the issue of distribution problems as much. We have the issue of now is getting it out. So that's what we did. Our distribution is built around a center around us. So that's how we dealt with it.
And how have you handled moving into the retail outlets? How have you managed getting into the supermarkets?
Right, so you asked, how do we manage getting to supermarkets? Again, if I tried to do it as an individual, or the farm tried to do it as an individual, we would fail. I think we would fail. One, the cost would be too high, and two, just the logistics. We wouldn't be able to reach as far. So what we did is we got a distributor to distribute for us, because we can't. What we do, we use a simple principle that I learned with a company that I work with, is that the distributor has to send their truck there no matter what, right? So what we do is we send the milk, we bulk up, send the milk every Monday and Tuesday. The milk, the yogurt, the cheese, whatever it is we have, take the order, send it there on Monday, and then they distribute it to the 13 other supermarkets first, because we couldn't do it. We're not big enough to do that yet. So, and I don't even think, when you look at the model, even if we got much bigger, it's still not cost effective. It would be cheaper or more effective to go to a distributor, and they take a percentage, but it's still more effective.
Of the sales? Okay.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to comment on this? But Dr. Young, what you have given is a very good solution in terms of how you can address the particular issue, because there are persons whose sole responsibility or job is to be independent distributors, and they distribute goods and biscuits and buns all over the country. Very, very good. I did
want to add one. Is my mic on? Hello? Yeah. I just wanted to add on to what Dr. Gabriel was saying, redistribution. I think when you're just starting out as a value-added producer, you're probably not in the space to afford a distribution company, or maybe you have enough kind of willpower or drive to go out and do it yourself. Maybe you're young, I don't know. And I think that would probably be the best way to go when you're starting out. It's going to help cut your costs down, and that's very important when you're starting a business and when you're running a business, no matter how old the business is. You want to keep your costs low, and I think it can be discouraging if someone is pumping money into something that they could possibly do for the meantime as they're starting out themselves and keep that cost out of their expenses, and it would help to not discourage them. And they'll be able to retain more profits and not feel like, oh, all of our money is going into this, that, or the other thing, and they can actually see that money coming in and be motivated by that to carry on and keep going with the business.
Thank
So
you.
just a side note.
Let me ask you a question, because I'm getting wrap-up signal. So we have 2 more questions that we want to throw out to the panel. How do you handle seasonality of your supplies? How do you handle the seasonality of your supplies? Yeah. Because the goats, they're not going to give you milk 12 months for the year.
Okay.
So, but the challenge, Gigi, is that if you are selling milk into the market and you only sell during certain seasons, that market is not going to be sustainable. So the question to you is, how do you manage that process?
So we technically try to eliminate seasonality by continually breeding and always having a schedule of when we're going to have mothers. So we're going to always have milk.
So you primarily rely on your own goats?
Say that one more time.
You mainly rely on your goats?
Correct, yes.
Okay. But Miss Ruby relies on goats from other farmers?
Mainly, yes.
Okay. So how do you manage that
That's
process?
why this is very good news when I hear this.
Yes. So you need to expand your goat population.
Because the demand now, there's not a huge difference in-season tourist versus off-season. There's demand year-round now.
Yes.
I don't know whether everybody else has found that too. There's not a huge difference.
But are you getting enough supplies to sustain the business over the period of a year?
Am I getting what?
Are you getting enough
Yes.
supplies?
Yeah.
So you don't have any difficulty?
Other people have heard me say this. There's a lot of encouragement to all of you to do dairy. It's very hard and very expensive, and you need volume of milk. We don't want to get milk from a farmer who has 3 goats. And you've got a different situation if they're within your geographic area that you can handle that. There's a huge demand in this country for goat meat, and it's much easier. You don't need a freezer. You don't have to milk them every day. And we import 75% of the goat meat. There's tremendous demand here, and I encourage people who are new to goats, start with goat meat. Learn to handle goats. Learn to take care of them before you go down the dairy road, which is far more complicated and capital intensive. I don't know, I may be a voice in the wilderness, but...
And any other comment? Thank you. Christine, any? Gigi? Maki, any?
Seasonality, well, I mean, as some of you may know, we don't actually have a farm. We source our milk from dairy farmers across the island. So if you're talking about seasonality in the sense where milk production goes down, is that?
Yes.
Yeah, well, first of all, we always need more milk. We always need more milk, no matter how much milk we get, it's like we always need more. So there's that, but then in the winter months when, there might be a drought happening or just less rain in general, sorry. We, at that point, what do we do to combat that? I don't know, we just muscle through, so we continue making as much cheese as we can. It, to be honest, doesn't impact us so greatly. I don't know if it's because of the farmers that we work with and where they're located. St. Elizabeth, the area that we get our milk from, the bulk of our milk, doesn't experience that long of a period of drought, thankfully, not so far. And sometimes we may be able to make deviations in production in terms of cheese type so that we don't need to use as much milk to produce cheese that we're producing at the time. But other than that, maybe it's a bit more delicate with goats, but for us right now, we're not necessarily picking up on that.
Do you store byproducts, value added? Do you build that in? Have you built that into your model, where you have excess milk, you're able to produce and store?
Well, we make aged cheeses, so that's how that works. We age our cheeses for months and months, so we kind of always have a stock that we're building on. So.
Anybody else want to comment?
Miss Maki was just reminding me to say, you mean by seasons the drought, as in feeding conditions change, so milk production will reduce. Yes. But we do have a network of farmers, so even if milk production may reduce on one person's farm, we're always able to ring each other and maybe plug a gap if somebody else doesn't have and they need it. So our network is wonderful. We are expanding, and like this lady said, the demand for goat milk is more than what we can actually produce as a network of farmers, not true? So what we need help with is developing our herds and actually like milking machines and being able to process it or store it correctly, because you've got people who are creating the cheese and things like that. We're supplying the milk, but we need basically milking machines, we need storage, the transportation, the demand's there, we're willing to supply it, We're all getting more goats. There's more people coming on board. There's some of our wonderful milk suppliers in the audience. Everybody's really encouraged, but we just all need help getting to that next step, expanding the business and feeding costs and nutrition 12 months of the year.
Let me, do you see an export opportunity down the road?
Well, yes, but the reason why we don't advertise heavily is because we physically cannot make and produce as much as people are asking. So even though you don't see us all advertising loudly out there, it's not because our businesses are small, it's just the customer volumes are overwhelming at times. So we could, all of us, definitely ramp up our milking production, as in the goats, our milking parlors, our machinery, our processing side of things. If we did all advertise in a loud and proud way, we literally, the whole of Jamaica would have to start milking. The demand is huge, but you have to be a very sensible, a very clean farmer, very business-minded. It's not a willy-nilly something where you can just walk up to a goat with a bucket and start milking. There's a lot of health and hygiene implications to it. There's a very huge business side to it as well, because you know you have to feed your animals, house your animals. Some people have employees that milk the goats or drive and collect milk and those things. So if people are going to think to go into it, it's not something to take lightly. Like this lady was saying, try your hand at raising goats first. And when you're very good at goat management, you know, nutrition, medication, treating goat, herd management, housing, then think about transferring over to milk. But if you do transfer, it's definitely worth it, and it's a wonderful, and as you can see, the whole of the milk team, everybody's really friendly and nice and supportive. Yeah.
Excellent. Now, there was this is a tricky question, Gabriel. The largest milk goat producer, the largest milk goat company in the Caribbean, is a company in Trinidad that milks 6,000 animals, that has a 6,000 animal farm. I mean, do you see that potential in Jamaica?
Hello? Yeah. Definitely. Oops, I'm so sorry. Definitely, I can see that potential. But I know the farm very well. I actually know all the goat farms down there.
But I want the audience to understand. Gabby, I want them to understand what milking 6,000 goats looks like.
Yeah, that's a business in itself. That's all you're going to be doing. One of them has a milking parlor, a rotating milking parlor that milks the goats for him. It's robotic at that size, because really to find labor for something like that, I wish you luck. You're not going to get that. So he moved to robotics. But it is something that can happen in Jamaica. But I want to say something to Dr. Deslanders with this. I'm not too enthusiastic or fooled by a number. Telling me that somebody has 6,000 goats at milking, but if each goat is giving me 1 liter milk, I'm not interested. Let me say that to you. Now, if you tell me you have 100 goats milking, and each one of them giving you 6 liters, now I'll talk to you. Yes. So it's about efficiency for me, not just about numbers, right? We need to focus on that as farmers. Not just about the number of goats I have. That means nothing to me. I'm being very honest here as farmers. I see the same problems with the cattle.
It's a productivity question.
It's a what?
The productivity question.
Yeah.
You come back to the productivity.
Yeah, it has to do with efficiency. I don't really want to know how many goats you have or how many cows you have. That's not what I want to know. I want to know how efficient your system is or how efficient your production is. I would rather you to, and efficiency then leads to money in your pocket, right? I would rather be milking 50 goats giving me, what is that? Let's say 5 liters. So that's 250 liters a day, right? Than milking 1,000 goats giving me 1 liter. Follow?
Yes.
No matter what, because the efficiency is important for productivity and a business. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did quite well. Because I wanted to expose the audience to what's happening also in the Caribbean.
Oh, yeah. Well, yes. Yeah. So this guy milks, well, it's not 6,000 he milks. His herd is 6,000. But again, you're going to have some animals that are dry, some animals that are lactating. So it's a whole process and cycle he goes through and selects his breeding. Grenada has a very vibrant goat milk industry also in the Caribbean. Dominican Republic, St. Lucia. A matter of fact, in those countries, goat milk is a lot more acceptable than it seems to be in Jamaica.
Now, one of the challenges that I see, and I think we need to look at this, Mark. It appears to me that we need to understand the size of the market we're dealing with and people's reluctance to drink goat milk. And to work out what could be done to change people's mindset towards a great acceptance of goat milk. Is that something that you see as important in terms of the future of the industry? Because right now you're kind of shooting in the dark. We know that people drink milk. Whether it is 10% of Jamaicans or 40%, we're not sure of that number. But I think it's something that we need to probably look at to see how do we better understand the industry. What it is that is required. What's the level of demand? So we know, for example, what is the demand for milk in general. Because I can tell you between the local industry, what we import, it is $60 million US. That's the value of the total milk industry. But what we don't know, how much of that represents goats? So in addition to all the challenges, how do we move in that direction? What do we do? So anybody who can answer, and then I'll open the audience to ask questions.
Okay.
Ms. Mark, you want to? Yeah.
Over the past 3 years, we have been doing surveys when we went to shows and showcased the various products. It is based upon the response that we got from the persons, because we have a dairy board Facebook page and an Instagram page. So most of the questions are asked from on that page. How can we get milk product into the various parishes? Because they would say that some of them may say that they are lactose intolerant and they want milk products. Some of them said they wanted to go into. Some of them may say that they want to do like goat milk powder processing and all those other things. So we are doing a market research, and based upon that market research, that is why we came about the symposium here, to bring forth awareness how we can get more persons involved as well as other processors from different parishes, because the ones that we have, even though we have processors, we need for it to be extended across the 14 parishes and not only contained in one parish. So our biggest challenge is right now, as we are here, we invited Parks Department from Connecticut, because I know that part of our problem that we are having, especially the dairy goat farmers, is like transportation. Because when you look at it, if you are to milk the animal and to take it from one point to the next, transportation is going to take over a lot of your money right there. So we are trying to partner with them to see how we can get the little mini milk truck and some goat dairy tanks, so that they can have the milk and can store it at a longer time, and the milk truck can collect it and go to the different processors. So to help in reducing the amount of money spent on transportation.
You know, that's the history of Jamaican milk industry.
Right.
That's what used to happen historically in Jamaica. That farmers had 2 cows, different places, and the milk truck comes through and picks up the milk from each of those farmers. And that's how we used to produce 39 million liters of milk
Right.
up to 1992. So we have had a history of doing that. So it's something that certainly, for goat, looks like a good opportunity that we need to try to revive. If there are any other contributions to this question, if there are no other contribution, I'm going to open to the audience to ask questions. Darren, where are you? Ask the question.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's not really a question, it's more a comment based on the discussion that was taking place. Because what I heard in that discussion is, one, there is a demand that is not being met. Two, there is need for efficiency and not so much trying to get a lot of different persons in there. My only concern is that the training that I think, or the presentation that I think probably had the shortest length of time, I think probably was one of the most important one for the ladies and their farm, and that is the presentation on nutrition. And I saw the nutritionist practically begging us to have her come and speak to us about making sure that the animals are efficient. And as Dr. Young indicated, it's not necessarily say you have a lot of animals, but how can you feed those that you have to give you the volume of milk that you're looking at. And so sometimes we may be chasing, going around trying to find a one farmer here, a one farmer there, when the ladies that we have here and their network may be enough to be able to can ramp up their production to meet the demand. Thank you.
Thank you.
It a tape? All right. Good. So, good afternoon, team, and ladies who love you up there. I was saying to myself that I wish I had brought my partner here so that she could, look at you guys. You really look good and motivated. All right. So, my sitting there listening to you and thinking, what came to my mind is waste. How do you manage your waste? All right, so, yeah, man, look at it. So, you bring the product to the stores, etc., etc. But it have an expiration date. After the expiration date comes, what do you do with the product? This question is not necessarily for you, but I am from Westmoreland and I have some young milk farmers down there. I heard someone say the small farmers, they might need to, they don't really have any time for them, they need to ramp up your thing. But they have ways. So I would want from your stance to give us some pointers so that we can tell them how to, one, either they can monetize it, if it can be monetized, and if it can't be monetized, how do they properly dispose of it? Thank you very much.
Okay, my answer is going to be a little bit funny, I guess. One of my main ways to dispose of my waste, which is, like you said, returns from the supermarket, which is not a lot, is I have a lot of dogs, and my dogs love the products, right? And they're not too, they look really healthy, I can tell you that. Very chunky and nice. So I use my dogs as one. I believe in the circular way of farming, that nothing wastes. And then the next thing is that, especially when we make cheese, we have a lot of byproduct of whey, W-H-E-Y, whey. And what I do is I actually give that to pig farmers to feed their pigs. So that's one way I do it.
All right, thank you.
They said ditto. Dogs, pigs.
Dogs and pigs.
All right, thank you, Dr. Young. Looking in the room, anybody else have any other questions for the panelists?
Again, it's not a question, it's just a comment on what the officer mentioned, because when I heard the word waste and to deal with waste because the product is on the shelf and expired, I'm thinking that probably that's the wrong market to be selling your product, because you want your product to be on the shelf, to be moving, not staying there until it has to be until it expires and have to be returned to you. Or if it's a thing where we heard the discussion about the Ministry of Health or your food handler's permit, how your hands can, so is it that it is spoiling on the shelf, or is it that it reaches expiration date because nobody is buying? So I think we'd have to explore that more to really, start looking at how to deal with waste in such volumes.
All right. So I get the point you're making. what she's basically saying is that those products that are returned, are they returned because they're not moving fast enough, or there's not enough demand at that location to move those products? So that's kind of what I'm getting, right?
Yeah. Well, in our experience, we don't experience that a lot, but in the few times we have, it's actually been a case of maybe mismanagement at the retail spot, and maybe something happened to their equipment, like for example their fridge, and the product got too warm before they realized they had to take it off, and then in that case, it's not technically returns because we don't, that would be on them, but that's the best answer I can provide from our perspective. I don't know if anyone else has like a different perspective on that.
I don't really, like I said, Maxine, is maybe 1 or 2 returns. Most of our returns is actually somebody drops a bottle or drops a yogurt and breaks it open, so somehow they think that's my problem, so they return it like that. But it's not a lot. No, it's not a lot. Or something goes wrong with the fridge. Yeah.
Let me extend that quite a little further. Is there any thought to move into further value added? For example, a long life, like having goat milk in a long life box that can be stored for months. Is it something that you're thinking through, and what to be required to move in that direction?
I would love to do that. Hear what? When you can buy me the UHT, ultra high temperature, that is super expensive, Doc. So it's not like, it's something we could look at maybe even from a group standpoint, where there's a centralized station that we can drop milk, and because that UHT milk is based on volume also. You have to have a certain amount of volume to put throughput for that to be effective. But that's something that could happen with, but yeah.
I don't know that it's sold anywhere in the world. It's either powdered or fresh.
No.
Goat milk.
No, there's evaporated.
Oh, an evaporated trip.
What are you doing powder with it? Are you doing powder with it?
No. Yeah. Dehydration process takes a long time, and it's very capital intensive to get it there, to get it to that point.
But if the dairy board is willing to provide a centralized station for UHT processing or powdered milk, I think we can definitely accommodate that, Dr. Deslandes.
No, but I think this is clearly something that we should look at, because if we are looking to move the industry forward, the question is that how do we minimize and how do we create value that can then allow it for easy exportation? I mean, we import tremendous amounts of milk powder every single year into Jamaica. So it's a massive market that we certainly should look at. And it's something that we'll explore to see what kind of cost we're looking at. Because you'd probably need a drying system or dehydration system to bring.
But Doc, let me just say this to you. Whether it's cow milk, so we may one day reach a stage where we have excess cow milk again. A station can do cow milk, goat milk, sheep milk, donkey milk, whichever milk you want to do, right? So long as you have enough volume throughput through it to make it efficient to run. But it is normally, powdered milk is a spraying process where they spray and heat at the very high temperatures to dehydrate. So it's a fine mist and they spray. But that's one methodology, I should say. But those are very expensive units.
Just for the record, the new definition of milk, donkey milk is possible, but let me but it's moving from bovine, to other forms of mammals. Yeah. Anyway, are there any more questions from the audience? Is there anything else you want to know? Anything we have not covered? Where's Kenny? You want to come closer to the front so we can give you the mic?
father raised goats, and there are 10 of us in the family, and none of us wanted to drink the milk. And the only reason why we didn't drink it is because we didn't like the smell. But as we got older,
the smell was a turn off.
the smell of goat's milk. Goat's milk has an odor that if you're not used to it, you won't want to taste it. Just like people who don't like jackfruit because it smells horrible, but it's a lovely tasting fruit. So I think goat's milk needs to be introduced to the young people growing up so that they get used to it. As of now, we push cow's milk, which technically we shouldn't even be drinking, right? And goat's milk is more easily digested than cow's milk.
So the point she's making is that when she was growing up, she didn't like to drink goat's milk because of the smell.
Come smell it. We have a lot here. It doesn't smell, and it tastes great.
No, I like goat's milk. I do, but I liked it when I got older.
But she's
Not
acquired
when
taste, essentially.
It's an acquired taste.
Okay, for me, what I found out is when the milk is fresh, and I'm talking fresh and talking about within 3 days, also, there's many things that affect the scent of milk.
Exactly.
What they eat, the freshness of the milk, the fresher the milk, I find it doesn't even have a smell. And also, there's something else I was about to say. Right, that was it. Yeah. How close do you house the males, or as you say, the bucks?
Right.
They can really rank up anything.
Right. That's an issue.
Right?
Too.
So that is it too. My bucks are housed way over on another place from my girls.
We all have female prisons. There are mainly female goats, very few males. So the whole smell thing is not an issue. Have you had milk here today from us?
No.
Any of us?
No.
Well, come have some.
No, I drink goat's milk.
It doesn't have a smell.
I am saying that introduction of goat's milk to the younger population to start early because they're used to getting cow's milk. And a lot of young people now, they don't even know that milk comes from a cow. They say, oh, we get it from the supermarket.
Okay, so we are working on that. So come see us at any event, Conoco, Denby, we're all there. And we are reaching out to schools. We have school visits, and they come to taste the goat, they come to milk the goat, they come to pet the goat. They see the whole entire process. And I find a lot of times that a lot of people they have this premonition that it's going to be smelly, and then they taste it like, oh, it tastes great. So it's just a matter of letting everybody know that it's normal milk. It doesn't smell.
The young
it's perfect.
People to take it in all the forms.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think that wraps up. But let me just add one point. Let me just, the regulations governing the school feeding program actually mandates that students should drink at least milk 5 times per day. So that is actually in the regulations governing the school feeding program. That students, should be given milk as part of your meal. And we're talking about 135,000 students. The problem has been we have not been able to produce milk cost effective enough to make it viable. To buy milk to somebody that subsidize it. But the point she's making is a valid one, meaning that if you encourage the babies to drink milk early, then they'll acquire the taste for it, and that will drive demand in the next generation. So that's a very valid point, and it's an important point to note. All right, Gabby, you can go ahead and then we can wrap up.
I just wanted to add to that, Doc. That's exactly what I was going to say. When I was I had to study in the U.S. for something, and I had my first son there, And when he was in kindergarten school or daycare, the two options offered were water and milk. Nothing else was offered. No juice, no soda, no nothing. Water and milk. And he developed the taste for milk. And then when he came back to Jamaica now, if it's not fresh cow's milk, he spits it out. I remember him, somebody gave him something, must he mix up something, some powdered milk, and he spit it out. That tastes bad. Has anybody ever really tasted powdered milk? It tastes awful. I'm sorry, it tastes awful. Fresh cow's milk, fresh goat's milk, fresh sheep meat milk is actually some of the best milk you'll ever. It tastes fresh and delicious. So I'm agreeing with the lady that we have to change the palate, dog, but we have to change it from a young age. What they're accustomed to is Pepsi, bag juice. So why can't we have bag milk? Can we do bag milk? We can do bag milk.
And guess what? The medium will help you too, because they are used to drinking bag juice, so bag milk is not an issue. And you add a little cherry, chocolate. What we have found with the young persons, the babies, the flavors are important. Yeah. All right. So let me just take the time to thank the ladies, the pioneers of the goat milk industry. And we thank them for taking time to share. And we encourage farmers to look at this option, either to get into the business yourself, but if you recognize a lot of hard work, or to become a supplier of milk to one of the ladies that you see on the platform. So thank you very much. And I hand over now to...
Doc, you might as well just make your remarks, because I had you to close out the event. I'm going to ask you to give your closing remarks, and then I'll bring Maxine up to do the vote of thanks.
All right, thank you. I'll do that. All right. You can go. But you can take some more pictures, you know. It's always... Well, I'm told to remind you that there are products outside you can, at the back, you can sample. So go ahead and sample, because I want to then go to the supermarket next week and buy. So please go and take the samples. Let me just take the time
sample when you're leaving.
To say, I wish to thank our sponsors, first and foremost. Without sponsors, we really don't get anything done. We also wish to thank the producers, the farmers, for whom we do this. The reality is that if you have not seen anything in the world today, one thing you must recognize, that food self-sufficiency is going to be the challenge for the next 20 years. So it's important that farmers continue to do the work you're doing, continue to innovate, because that's the only way we're going to be able to dig ourselves out of this crisis that we're in. I wish to thank the ministers for their presence. It's always important when the chief policymaker makes the time to be with us to talk about these issues and to share their vision that they've laid out for their board to achieve. I also wish to thank the other agencies of the Ministry of Agriculture. RADA, AIC, all the other agencies that help to make this event. Thank you, Maxine. All is present. All is in the trenches, trying to build this industry. And lastly, I want to thank the staff of the Dairy Development Board. 13 people. You think that the agency are 100 persons strong, but they do human work, and I wish to thank them. They work as a team, and they are a very potent team. Certainly as a chairman, it makes my life easy, because when you have a good team in place, then imagine providing supervision on the process is always going to be easy. And I wish the team to be encouraged to continue to build out, because what you're doing is work that is critical to the country's long-term survival. Thank you very, and let me, lastly but not by no means least, for all the persons who turned out. all the farmers who take time out their busy schedule to be here. And my students at Case, most of whom are part of the goat industry already. I wish I encourage you all to continue to work on this, and hopefully we can do this in every parish in Jamaica as we continue to build out the goat industry. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Deslandis. You can just hand that back to them on their way. Is this your phone, sir?
Oh, yes. Not mine.
Oh, all right. All right, and so, ladies and gentlemen, we are winding down. Maxine Brown, yes, you still have to give your vote of thanks because I know it's going to be different from his. That was Dr. Derek Deslandis, and he is chairman of the Jamaica Dairy Development Board. We now invite Maxine Brown, and she's livestock specialist at the Rural Agricultural Development Authority, RADA, to move the formal vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. This was truly an inspiring symposium. It was so inspiring and exciting that I see Dr. Deslandis started all the thank yous before I got a chance to do so myself. But guess what? Because it was such a great day, there's nothing wrong in doing it twice. So let me just say, first of all, I want to thank the good Lord for giving us such good weather. I think he heard the prayer of Mr. Myers when he came up here and prayed for us to have a good day, and we did have a good day. I also want to thank Mr. Sayers from the Jamaica Dairy Development Board for organizing this event. Truly, truly a wonderful, a successful event. This is an event that nobody should have missed. If you're really interested in dairy goat farming, this is the event to be. And so what I'm going to ask of you all is to say that whatever information you have received, to make sure that you share it with those who are not able to be here today. I also want to thank the individuals who came up, spent their time to be with us today, to bring greetings. And I see some of them are still here. So I want to thank Mr. Munish Pasad from the WUSC, the World University Services of Canada, to be here with us today. And let me tell you, they did not mention it, but WUSC have been doing quite a bit of work in the background with small ruminant production. So I just want you to give them a round of applause again and see they're partnering with Dairy Board to be here today. Thank you so much. They have really made a dent in Jamaica's small ruminant training. Small ruminant activities. They have trained even the livestock officers, veterinary health technicians, farmers, so they're encouraging persons to continue to learn and to build on the industry. Thank you very much. I want to thank Ms. Carly Aitchison from Global Affairs Canada, Mr. Trevor Bernard from the Small Ruminant Association of Jamaica, working tirelessly to ensure that the farmers are represented. I also want to thank Ms. Honorable Floyd Green, and also the Minister of State in the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. And let me tell you, this is not something that we should take lightly. When you see both ministers attending an event, and the Minister of State, Minister Franklin Witter, did stay for quite a bit of time, it speaks volumes to the seriousness that they're looking at with the industry. And that is something we should build on, capitalize on it. There are not a lot of things that they show interest in. So when they show interest, please make sure to take advantage of it. I also want to thank Ms. Marsha Martin Mackey from Jamaica Dairy Development Board, our so-called shy individual, a stalwart in the background, bringing dairy goat production to where it is today, that we can say that we are having a symposium on it. Thank her. Give her a big round of applause. That is not an easy feat. I also want to thank the presenters, Dr. Grace Ann Johnson from SRC, who made sure to inform us that we need to have information about product development to ensure that you have quality product. Remember, they were speaking about products that can spoil, and we were saying wastage that's supposed to go back. SRC is there to ensure that when you create a product, it has a long shelf life. I also want to thank Mr. Misha Plummer-Byfield from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Excellent presentation. I learned quite a bit in your presentation, and the key thing that I realized that came out in both presentations was in terms of sanitation. Farmers needing to have their food handlers permit, and I like that you said before we go into production of anything, we should check with your agency. And I encourage persons to, it's the same thing with going into farming with RADA. A lot of them build their infrastructure. They say they're having problems, and when you go, it is an infrastructure problem, and you cannot break down your housing or whatever it is to suit what should be the best practice. So very valuable information. We need to hear more from you. We need to be collaborating more, RADA and Ministry of Health. Thank you. I also want to thank Mr. Shane Cunningham from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining that spoke to us about the policy in the ministry, and also Dr. Tanika Denny that would have been giving us that valuable information on nutrition. And let me tell you, it's very infrequently that we find somebody begging us to share their knowledge with us. Remember, she indicated that she spent how many years to study to get all of that information, and she's dying to share it with us. Give her a round of applause, because we have to make sure we capitalize on it before we're going to have to pay for it. I also want to thank Mr. Mike Johnson from Paris Department Limited that came and spoke to us about his business venture that he's partnered with Dairy Board so that we can have these nice tailored equipment. I also want to thank Ms. Peart because she came twice. She represented the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, and she was there again to educate us on the different, the different offerings from the ministry to make your life easier. What do they call it? What is the PIR? Production Incentive Relief Program, and to get your duty and to get your concessions. Very important piece of information if you're in farming. Remember we spoke about cutting costs and where you can make some savings, so that is something that we need to pay attention to. I also want to thank all the booth holders. When I looked at the list, I think we have about 15 persons, and I know Ms. Mackenzie would have been thanking them along the way, and Dr. Des Landes did that, so I'm going to quickly just name out the 15. Jamaica Dairy Development Board, WUSC, Cabra Ranch, Trinidad Farm, Money College, Ebony Park Art Academy, RADA, GG Galore, Small Ruminant Association of Jamaica, Jamaica National Small Business Loans, Outland Herders, Farm and Animal Nutrition Solutions, Larmond Global Enterprise, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, and there was one other booth holder that sometimes we tend to skip around and not recognize that that is also another important industry, the leathercraft industry. So Mr. Longworth, thank you for being here to let us recognize that even though we're dealing with milk goats, when they get to the age where you have to slaughter, the skin can also make some money to do leathercraft products. And finally, I also want to thank the staff of the Jamaica Dairy Development Board. As somebody had mentioned before, this is something that they have been planning. I think Mr. Sayers was saying he has been planning it for a while. The minister was asking about it. And sometimes good things come to those who wait, because I think it was well organized, well planned. We had good attendance. We still have a lot of persons here. So Dairy Board, give yourself a round of applause, and persons, give them a round of applause. They really put a lot of effort into it, and we have to acknowledge that. And I also want to thank Dr. Des Landes, the chairman. You notice he was just directing the panel discussion, which also provided another set of valuable information for us. Also, we want to thank the facility, the persons who provided this facility, for us to be able to can sit here comfortably to listen to all these presentations, to the IT team that is making sure that all our technologies are working, our microphones, our visual aids. Thank you very much for doing such a wonderful job. We appreciate it. You know, sometimes it goes unnoticed until we have a problem. I noticed they even gave out passwords to say if we wanted to log on to the internet. How efficient is that? Thank you. What is your company, Vantage One? Thank you, Vantage One, for allowing us to be able to keep connected and to be able to have a smooth transition from presentations to presentations. Wonderful. And I just also want to thank the persons who provided the meals. I noticed that we ran out, but they were still able to rally up some more for some of us as well. And I want to thank you, the audience, how wonderful you have been today. Give yourselves a round of applause. I can't thank you enough for coming out. And as I indicated, you remember when Dr. Young said that it's not about the numbers, it's about the quality. So I rather to have few persons of good quality at a symposium where I know you can take back the information and make good use of it than to just have the place filled and nothing moves from here. So thank you all, being a wonderful audience, and I could not leave the stage. Maybe I'd get a clunk in the back of my head, you know, without thanking our well-able chairman, Althea Mackenzie. Give her a wonderful, listen to me, she's the one who spoke about the applause, so you please. Is that good enough? Is that good enough? Thank you all very much for helping me to thank her as well. Do have a wonderful rest of the day and a safe journey home. And I hope we can all meet again and speak glowingly about how the industry have grown even more. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brown. And I have just one final thing to do. There's someone in the room who's celebrating a birthday who's trying to go through the door because he doesn't want me to acknowledge that it is his birthday. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please join me in singing happy birthday to Courtney Garrick? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Courtney. Happy birthday to you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. Happy birthday to you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please remember to join me at 5 a.m. tomorrow on Farm Talk on Power 106 FM.